Let's begin in prayer. Lord, thank you for this night. May your word bring peace, rest, and comfort to every heart listening. Share in the comments where you're joining us from. We'd be honored to lift your prayers too. In the quiet moments before sleep, when the world grows hushed and the mind begins to release the weight of the day, there exists a profound invitation to stillness. It is here, in the gentle transition from wakefulness to rest, that the soul finds its deepest longing met, not in striving, but in surrender. The ancient words of a shepherd king echo across centuries, a soft and steady refrain meant for weary hearts. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. These words are more than poetry, they are a promise. They paint a landscape of divine care, where every need is anticipated and every anxiety soothed. The image of still waters is particularly arresting, a place where the soul's turbulence settles, where reflection becomes possible, and where the noise of fear and hurry fades into a sacred silence. This is not a hurried stream, rushing towards some unseen destination, but a placid pool, deep and clear, meant for lingering. It is a metaphor for the peace God offers, a peace that does not depend on circumstance but flows from His very character. He leads us there. The shepherd does not drive or demand. He guides with patient tenderness, knowing the terrain of our exhaustion. He understands the weariness that comes from wandering, from searching for satisfaction in shallow places. And so He calls, not with a shout, but with a whisper, drawing us away from the rocky paths of worry and into the soft meadows of His presence. To lie down in green pastures is to accept rest as a gift, to trust that the shepherd is both protector and provider. There is no need to keep watch, no need to remain tense and vigilant. The enemy of rest, be it fear, guilt, or endless planning, is disarmed by His faithful oversight. The still waters restore the soul. They speak of a quiet so profound it can realign our fragmented thoughts, calm our racing hearts, and remind us who we are and whose we are. In a world that prizes productivity over peace, this divine leading feels almost countercultural. It is an act of rebellion against the tyranny of hurry, a gentle insistence that our worth is not measured by what we accomplish, but by the love that holds us. As night falls and the body prepares for sleep, the soul too is invited to drink deeply from these waters, to remember that it is led, it is known, and it is loved. This is the beginning of rest, not merely the cessation of activity, but the conscious turning toward the one who gives rest its meaning. From the quiet waters of the shepherd's care, the mind drifts further back, to a time before weariness, before restlessness, to a garden planted in the dawn of the world. Here, in the second chapter of Genesis, the air itself seems to breathe peace. No thistle or thorn has yet pierced the soil. No shadow of regret or striving has fallen across the heart of humanity. This is Eden, a sanctuary woven by divine hands, a place where every leaf, every petal, every rustle in the canopy above speaks of harmony. It is a world still wet with the goodness of creation, where the first man walks in unbroken fellowship with his Maker. God Himself walked in the garden in the cool of the day. The phrase alone carries a sense of deep, unhurried tranquility, a divine rhythm of presence and peace. There was no need to search for God here. He was as near as the breeze that stirred the branches of the tree of life. And into this peace, God placed humanity, not as laborers straining under a burden, but as stewards and companions, entrusted with a world that already overflowed with abundance. Work was not toil here. It was purpose without exhaustion, engagement without anxiety. Every task was an act of worship, every moment an experience of wholeness. This was the original gift of rest, not something earned after labor, but woven into the very fabric of existence. Rest was not an interruption of life. It was life itself, lived in uninterrupted trust. There were no clocks counting down hours, no lists of unfinished tasks haunting the edges of thought. Instead, there was the gentle hum of creation, the soft murmur of a river watering the garden, and the profound certainty that all was well. In this place, sleep would have been but another form of communion, a yielding to the quiet assurance that the world was held in capable hands. Even the formation of the man from the dust of the ground was an act of intimate care. God did not speak him into being from a distance. He shaped him with his hands, breathing into him the breath of life. And from the man's side, the woman was drawn, not as a stranger or subordinate, but as a companion in peace, a living reminder that humanity was made for relationship, not isolation. Together, they reflected the image of God, a God who, even in his infinite power, took delight in stillness, in fellowship, in the shared quiet of a perfected world. Eden stands as a memory in the blood, an echo in the soul of what it means to be truly at rest. It is a glimpse of the peace that was always intended, a peace not dependent on circumstance, but rooted in the very character of God. And though humanity would later choose a different path, though thorns and sweat and restless nights would enter the story, the memory of that garden remains. It is a promise that rest is not an anomaly. It is our original design. In the quiet of the evening, as the body yearns for sleep, the spirit still recalls that first, flawless peace, and leans into the hope that such rest can be found again. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. This divine satisfaction settled over creation like a gentle mist, sealing each detail in perfection. The stars held their courses without strain, the seas kept their boundaries without rebellion, and every living thing moved in rhythm with a harmony that needed no name. It was a world complete, a masterpiece pronounced finished by the only one whose opinion mattered. Then, on the seventh day, God rested from all his work, not from weariness, for the eternal does not grow tired, but from the deep, intentional pause that hallows completion. He blessed the seventh day and made it holy, setting a pattern in time itself, a rhythm of work and rest that would echo through all generations. This divine rest was not an absence of activity, but the fullness of presence. It was God enjoying what he had made, delighting in the goodness that flowed from his hands. In that seventh day stillness, the universe learned its first lesson in peace, that true rest comes not when everything is done, but when everything is entrusted. The heavens and the earth were now fully formed, yet fully dependent, a paradox that would forever define the relationship between Creator and creation. God's rest was an invitation into that dependence, a model for all who would follow. To rest as God rested is to acknowledge that the world is held by stronger hands, that our striving is not what sustains the cosmos. In the quiet of that first Sabbath, there were no rushing winds of urgency, no ticking clocks measuring productivity. There was only the unhurried breath of God over a finished work, a sacred silence that spoke more eloquently than any command. This was the peace that Adam and Eve were born into, a peace that did not need to be manufactured or protected, because it was the very atmosphere of their existence. Their rest was not something they scheduled, it was something they inhaled with every breath, something they saw in the symmetry of a leaf, heard in the melody of a bird at dawn, felt in the trust that let them sleep unafraid under a sky brimming with stars. Yet this peace was more than environmental, it was relational. God's rest meant that He was satisfied, and that His satisfaction was enough for them. They did not need to prove their worth or secure their future. They simply lived in the good world He had given, under the kind gaze of the One who called it all very good. Their evenings were not filled with the day's anxieties or planning the next day's labors. Instead, they walked with God in the cool of the day, sharing the stillness, learning the rhythm of His heart. This was the original Sabbath, not a rule, but a reality, not a duty, but a delight. Today, as night falls and the body seeks rest, this ancient pattern whispers to the soul. The same God who rested then invites weary hearts to rest now, to lay down the burden of self-sufficiency and remember that the world is still held in capable hands. The seventh day was made holy not because God needed it, but because humanity would need the reminder that our value is not in what we produce, but in whose we are. In the dark, when fears amplify and regrets stir, the memory of God's rest stands like a promise, a testament that peace is not found in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of the One who has already declared, "It is finished." To sleep is to practice that trust, to yield to the rhythm set in motion at the dawn of time. The journey from Eden's unbroken peace led humanity into wilderness, a terrain of wandering and weariness, where rest became a longing rather than a given. Into this landscape of exhaustion, God spoke a promise that would echo through generations, a vow not merely of physical reprieve, but of soul-deep restoration. "My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest." These words, spoken to Moses amid the uncertainty of the Exodus, were not a casual comfort but a covenant assurance. They signaled that true rest was not a location to be reached, but a relationship to be embraced. The Israelites, freshly delivered from slavery, carried Egypt in their bones, the rhythm of relentless labor, the anxiety of taskmasters, the memory of nights too short and days too long. Their bodies may have crossed the Red Sea, but their souls still stumbled under invisible burdens. God's promise was not just about entering a land of milk and honey. It was about entering a state of being where fear loosened its grip and trust took root. His presence was the guarantee. He would not merely show them the way to rest. He would be their rest. This divine accompaniment transforms the nature of sleep itself. When the body lies down in the dark, uncertain of what the night may hold or what the morning may demand, the promise stands, "I will go with you." God does not watch from a distance. He draws near. His presence a shelter more reliable than any roof, more comforting than any blanket. In the vulnerability of sleep, when control is surrendered and consciousness recedes, He remains, the vigilant guardian of the soul, the steady anchor in the drift of dreams. Rest, in this light, is not the absence of effort but the assurance of companionship. It is the deep, settling knowledge that one is not alone in the silence, not abandoned in the stillness. The same God who led His people through desert sands by a pillar of cloud and fire, now leads weary hearts into the quiet of the night. He knows the weight we carry, the unresolved conversations, the unmet expectations, the quiet fears that surface when the world goes silent. And He offers not a solution to every problem, but something far greater, Himself. As the body prepares for sleep, this promise invites a release, a letting go of the need to manage, to plan, to secure. It is an act of trust, a conscious leaning into the presence that never sleeps. The rhythm of breathing slows, the tension in the shoulders eases, and the mind gradually relinquishes its grip on the day. This is the rest God gives, not escape from reality, but peace within it. A peace that remembers Eden, anticipates eternity, and anchors the soul in the now, a now held completely and tenderly in the hands of the one who promises to never leave. In the deepening hush of evening, when shadows lengthen and the familiar world begins to soften at the edges, the soul's deepest fears sometimes stir. It is in this vulnerable threshold between day and night that ancient words rise like a gentle dawn within the spirit. The Lord is my light and my salvation. Whom shall I fear? The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? These verses from Psalm 27 do not deny the presence of darkness. They simply declare a greater reality, that darkness has not and will not have the final word. The imagery is potent and personal. Light is not merely an abstract concept, it is warmth, clarity, safety. It is what allows the fearful heart to see that the shape in the corner is only a chair, that the sound in the hallway is only the house settling. But this light is more than physical. It is the illumination of God's presence, a radiance that reaches into the hidden corners of anxiety and shame, dispersing the ghosts of what ifs and if-onlys. To say the Lord is my light is to confess that He defines reality, not our fears. He shows us what is truly there, Himself, steadfast and sure. The psalmist's longing unfolds further. One thing I ask from the Lord, this only do I seek, that I may dwell in the house of the Lord all the days of my life, to gaze on the beauty of the Lord and to seek Him in His temple. Here, rest is reimagined as dwelling, as remaining in a place of beauty and safety. It is not a frantic search for a momentary respite, but a deep, abiding residence in the awareness of God's nearness. To gaze on His beauty is to be captivated by a goodness that eclipses every trouble, a serenity that stills every storm within. And then, the promise for the dark hours. For in the day of trouble He will keep me safe in His dwelling. He will hide me in the shelter of His sacred tent and set me high upon a rock. The night, with its unique capacity to magnify vulnerability, is met with this divine response, not a removal from trouble, but a hiding within it. God's shelter is not a far-off fortress, it is a sacred tent, a mobile, personal refuge that travels with us into the depths of our fear. To be set high upon a rock is to be given perspective, to see the tides of anxiety breaking harmlessly below, unable to reach the soul anchored in Him. As the body surrenders to sleep, this truth becomes a blanket of peace. The mind, so often a theater of replay and rehearsal, can release its grip. The Lord is my light means that even behind closed eyes, there is no utter darkness. He is the stronghold, which means the soul is fortified not by its own strength, but by an unbending, eternal love. The fears that whisper in the silence are answered by an older, quieter voice, the one that spoke light into being, the one that calls us now to rest in the certainty of His care. Sleep then becomes an act of trust in the God who neither slumbers nor sleeps, who keeps watch through the night so that we, His beloved, do not have to. Exhaustion is a wilderness all its own, a barren landscape where the soul's reserves run dry and the spirit forgets its own strength. It was into this desolate terrain that the prophet Elijah stumbled, a man who had once called down fire from heaven, now brought low by the whisper of a single threat. Queen Jezebel's vow to end his life did not merely frighten him, it unraveled him, stripping away the mantle of courage to reveal the trembling human beneath. He fled into the desert, not as a strategic retreat, but as a frantic escape from a world that had grown too heavy to bear. The sun beat down with merciless intensity, and the horizon shimmered with heat and hopelessness. Each step felt like a betrayal of the faith that had once seemed so unshakable. Elijah's weariness was more than physical. It was a fatigue of the soul, a draining away of purpose and presence. He had witnessed miracles, confronted kings, and stood alone for God, and now, in the silence of his own fear, he felt utterly abandoned. The very God he had served with such fire now seemed distant, silent, unmoved by his desperation. When he could go no farther, he collapsed beneath the sparse shade of a broom tree, a scrubby, resilient plant that offered meager shelter against the vastness of the wilderness. Here, in the dust and despair, he prayed for death. It was not a dramatic plea, but a raw, broken admission of defeat. "I have had enough, Lord. Take my life." There was no theatrics in his words, only the hollow sound of a spirit that could not imagine taking another breath, facing another dawn. But God did not answer that prayer. Instead, in the profound kindness that often wears the guise of silence, he gave Elijah what he truly needed: rest. As the prophet lay in the dust, spent and surrendered, a deep sleep overcame him, a sleep not of escape, but of grace. It was the kind of rest that comes not when problems are solved, but when the striving finally stops. Under that broom tree, in the heart of his desolation, Elijah was held in a stillness more powerful than any threat, any fear, any memory of failure. He did not know how long he slept, but when he awoke, the world had not changed, and yet everything had. Beside him, there was bread baked on hot stones and a jar of water. No angel stood in visible glory. No voice thundered from the sky. There was only simple, sustaining provision, left as if by unseen hands. He ate and drank, and the weariness in his bones loosened its grip. Strength returned not all at once, but gradually, like a tide gently washing back over barren sand. Then he slept again, not the sleep of despair, but the rest of one who is being cared for, even when he cannot feel it. This was God's response to exhaustion, not a rebuke for weakness, not a lecture on faith, but the gift of quiet, the ministry of sleep, and the tangible reminder that even in the wilderness, he provides. Elijah's journey was far from over, but for now, in the shade of a broom tree, he was allowed to be human, to be tired, to be afraid, to be still. And in that stillness, the first faint notes of hope began to sound, not as a trumpet blast, but as a whisper, the kind that only the resting heart can hear. Elijah awoke from his divinely given rest with a strength that felt borrowed, a quiet energy that seemed to flow not from within, but from the very ground on which he lay. The bread and water had done more than nourish his body. They had gently realigned his spirit, reminding him that he was seen, he was known, he was provided for. Yet the wilderness still stretched out around him, vast and imposing, and the prophet's heart, though steadier, remained heavy with the residue of fear. He rose and journeyed deeper into the solitude, drawn not by a clear sense of purpose, but by a lingering need to find something or someone beyond the ache of his own exhaustion. His feet carried him to Mount Horeb, the mountain of God, a place steeped in sacred memory. Here, Moses had once stood barefoot before the burning bush. Here the covenant had been given amid thunder and smoke. Elijah sought refuge in a cave, a hollowed-out space in the rock that felt both like a hiding place and a tomb. The walls were cold and close, echoing his own sense of isolation. And there, in the dim silence, the word of the Lord came to him, not with condemnation, but with a question as gentle as it was probing. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" The question was not an accusation, but an invitation, an opening for the prophet to voice the turmoil that had chased him into the wilderness. Elijah poured out his grief, his sense of singularity and faithfulness, his fear that he alone was left serving God in a world gone mad with idolatry. He spoke of zeal and isolation, of fire on Carmel and the cold dread that followed. And when his words faded into the cave stillness, God did not respond with explanations or assurances. Instead, he said, "Go out and stand on the mountain in the presence of the Lord, for the Lord is about to pass by." What followed was a symphony of power that shook the very foundations of the earth. A great and powerful wind tore the mountains apart and shattered the rocks, but the Lord was not in the wind. After the wind came an earthquake, rumbling through the depths with terrifying force, but the Lord was not in the earthquake. After the earthquake came a fire, blazing with consuming intensity, but the Lord was not in the fire. Elijah, who had once called down fire from heaven, now witnessed these displays of raw power and recognized them as mere prelude. They were the language of the God he thought he knew, the God of dramatic interventions and public victories. But they were not where God chose to speak now. Then, after the fire, there came a gentle whisper. It was a sound so soft it almost wasn't a sound at all, more a settling of the air, a quietness that made the silence itself seem loud. It was the kind of hush that follows a storm, when the world holds its breath in reverence. And in that whisper, Elijah heard the presence of God more clearly than in any wind, any quake, any flame. He pulled his cloak over his face and stepped out of the cave, humbled and attentive, his soul straining toward that delicate, intimate sound. The same question came again. "What are you doing here, Elijah?" The words were unchanged, but now, heard in the context of the whisper, they carried a different weight. They were not a demand for justification, but an invitation into vulnerability, into trust. God had not come to Elijah in the ways the prophet might have expected, not with reinforcements for his cause, not with validation of his fears. Instead, he came in the form of a quiet so profound it could only be heard by a heart that had stopped striving, a spirit that had learned to listen. In the gentle whisper, Elijah found a truth far more sustaining than any dramatic sign, that God is often closest not in the spectacular, but in the still. He speaks not only in the moments of public victory, but in the private, unrecorded silences where the soul is laid bare. For those seeking rest, this is a revelation of deepest comfort. The God who commands whirlwinds and fire also whispers in the dark, assuring weary hearts that his presence does not depend on our perception of his power. Sometimes, he is most present when he seems most quiet. As Elijah stood there, wrapped in the aftermath of the whisper, his assignment renewed and his perspective softened, he understood that true rest is found not in the absence of trouble, but in the awareness of a God who speaks in stillness. For those lying awake in the night, straining to hear some sign of divine care, the story of Elijah offers this hope, that the same God who calms storms also breathes peace into the silence, and that sometimes the most powerful answer to our fear is not a shout, but a whisper. There is a quiet so profound it feels like a language, a stillness that speaks when words fall short. It is in this sacred silence that the soul hears the invitation, clear and unwavering. Be still and know that I am God. These words from Psalm 46:10 are not a suggestion but a command. one that feels almost counterintuitive in a world that prizes motion, noise, and constant engagement. To be still is to resist the pull of productivity, to defy the urge to fix, to manage, to control. It is an act of surrender, a conscious release of the reins we so tightly grip, trusting that the universe does not rest on our shoulders. The verse does not stand alone. It emerges from a context of chaos. The psalmist has just described nations in uproar, kingdoms falling, mountains quaking, and waters roaring. Into this turbulence, God speaks, not with a strategy for battle, not with a plan for escape, but with an invitation to stillness. It is as if he is saying that the first step toward peace is not to change the storm, but to change our posture within it. To be still is to acknowledge that the chaos around us does not define the truth within us. The knowledge that follows, "Know that I am God," is not an intellectual exercise, but a deep, cellular recognition of sovereignty. It is the soul settling into the certainty that there is a hand holding all things, a heart that beats steady beneath the frenzy of the world. This knowing is not acquired through effort but through surrender. It washes over the spirit like a tide, gentle and inevitable, when we finally cease our striving. In the stillness, worries that once loomed large begin to shrink. The deadline that felt like a mountain becomes a molehill. The conflict that churned the stomach softens into a solvable moment. The fear that tightened the chest loosens its grip. None of these circumstances have changed, and yet everything has. For in the stillness, we remember who God is, not a distant observer, but a present ruler, not a passive force, but an active sustainer, not a reluctant responder, but a loving sovereign. As night descends and the body prepares for sleep, this command becomes a balm. The mind, so often a whirlwind of what-ifs and if-onlys, is invited to release its grip. To be still is to let the thoughts drift like leaves on a pond, noticed but not clung to. To know that He is God is to trust that even in the darkness, even in the uncertainty, He holds the world and holds us. Sleep itself becomes an act of stillness, a yielding to the truth that we do not need to stay alert, to keep watch, to remain in control. We can close our eyes because His eyes never close. We can rest because He never does. This is the peace that transcends understanding, not because it ignores reality, but because it roots itself in a deeper reality. The same God who calmed the storm on Galilee, who whispered to Elijah on the mountain, who rested on the seventh day, now whispers to the weary heart, "Be still, know, trust." And in that knowing, the soul finds its anchor. The night may be long, the worries may be real, but they are not ultimate. Ultimate is the stillness. Ultimate is the knowing. Ultimate is the God who, in the quiet, reminds us that we are His, and that is enough. In the quiet descent of evening, when the mind begins to release its grip on the day's demands and the body seeks the solace of horizontal rest, there is a verse that rises like a soft breath from the pages of an ancient song. "I will lie down and sleep in peace, for you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety." These words from Psalm 4:8 are more than a hopeful sentiment. They are a declaration of trust, spoken from a place of deep and settled assurance. They do not ignore the presence of danger or the reality of fear. They simply choose to anchor the soul in a higher truth, that safety is not found in the absence of threat, but in the presence of God. The psalmist does not say, "I will lie down and sleep in peace because my circumstances are perfect, or because I have secured my own protection." Instead, the peace he claims is rooted in a singular, unchanging reality. You alone, O Lord. This is the heart of the matter, a transfer of trust from self to Savior, from vigilance to vulnerability. To lie down in peace is to consciously release the illusion of control, to admit that locks and alarms may guard the door, but only God can guard the heart. It is an act of faith that turns the bed into an altar and the night into a sanctuary. There is a profound physicality to this promise. Sleep requires surrender, a letting go of consciousness, a relinquishing of awareness. In those moments of yielding, the body is at its most vulnerable, the mind at its most unguarded. It is here that fears often amplify, that regrets echo, and anxiety sharpen. But the psalmist offers a different narrative, not one of defenselessness, but of divine guardianship. The Lord alone makes him dwell in safety, not as a temporary condition, but as a settled state of being. This safety is not merely physical, it encompasses the whole person, the racing thoughts, the tender emotions, the spirit that sometimes feels too exposed for rest. As the body settles beneath the weight of blankets and the rhythm of breathing slows, this verse becomes a mantra for the soul. Each exhale can be a release of worry, each inhale a reception of peace. The night noises, the creak of the house, the distant hum of traffic, the whisper of wind against the window, are not threats to be monitored, but part of a world held firmly in God's hands. He alone determines what enters the sphere of our rest, and He alone stands watch over the hours of darkness. This is the comfort of the Psalms. They do not promise a trouble-free life, but a presence-filled peace that holds fast even when trouble comes. To sleep in peace is to practice the ultimate trust, to close one's eyes while the world still turns, to release the day's unresolved tensions into the care of the one who never sleeps. It is to believe that the same God who shepherds the stars through the night also shepherds the soul through its dreams. The body, weary from the day's labors, is granted not just reprieve, but restoration. The mind, cluttered with fragments of conversations and concerns, is gently quieted. The spirit, often the last to rest, is invited to lean into the certainty that it is seen, it is known, and it is safe. This is the gift of Psalm 4:8, not a passive hope, but an active confidence that transforms the very act of sleep into an expression of faith. There is a particular kind of darkness that falls not just outside the window, but within the soul, a shadow that no nightlight can dispel. It is in these moments, when the heart feels its own fragility most acutely, that the words of Psalm 91 unfold like wings in the mind's eye. He who dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. The imagery is immediate and intimate, a divine promise woven into the very fabric of night's vulnerability. The psalmist paints a picture not of escape from danger, but of enclosure within safety. To be under the shadow of the Almighty is to be so close to Him that His presence becomes the defining reality, a shelter that moves with you, a protection that adapts to every contour of fear. This is no distant, stationary fortress. It is a nearness that breathes, a guardianship that adjusts to the tremors of the human heart. The shadow does not eliminate the darkness. It transforms it into a place of rest, a space where fear loses its voice because proximity to God becomes more palpable than any threat. Then comes the verse that has comforted generations in the lonely hours. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. Here, the metaphor shifts from architecture to anatomy, from stone to skin. God is not only a builder of walls but a mother bird, gathering her young beneath the warmth and safety of her own body. The image is one of breathtaking tenderness, a divine willingness to make himself vulnerable for the sake of our security. Under his wings, there is no room for the arrows of anxiety, no space for the terrors that fly by night. There is only the steady rhythm of a presence that shelters without smothering, that protects without imprisoning. His faithfulness will be your shield and rampart. The assurance deepens, layering promise upon promise. Faithfulness is not an abstract quality. It is God's consistent, unwavering character applied directly to our need. It becomes both shield and wall, a mobile defense against the accusations of the day just ended, and a stationary barrier against the uncertainties of the day to come. This divine faithfulness does not depend on our own. It stands firm even when our trust wavers, even when sleep feels impossible and peace feels like a distant country. As the body settles into the mattress and the mind begins its slow release of the day's residue, these words offer a narrative far stronger than any anxiety. The darkness is not empty, it is full of feathers, full of shadow, full of a faithfulness that requires no light to be real. The night becomes not a void to be feared, but a canvas on which God's care is most vividly displayed. To sleep is to lean into this reality, to allow the weight of worry to be absorbed by the weight of glory, to let the pulse of fear be quieted by the rhythm of a heart that beats steady beneath the wings. This is the comfort of the Psalms. They do not deny the night, but they redefine it. They give the soul a language for trust when words fail, and an imagery for peace when thoughts race. In the quiet, the whisper of feathers can almost be heard, not with the ear, but with the spirit. It is the sound of being covered, being held, being known. And in that knowing, sleep comes not as a surrender to exhaustion, but as a response to love. The night is long, but the wings are wider. The dark is deep, but the shadow is deeper still. And under it all, the soul finds its rest. The sea does not ask permission to rage. It simply does, with a wild and untamable fury that reminds every soul aboard how small they truly are. That evening, as the disciples guided their boat away from the shore and into the deepening twilight, the water had been a placid companion, rocking them gently as Jesus slept in the stern, his head pillowed on a cushion. But night on the Sea of Galilee is a fickle thing, and the winds that sweep down from the surrounding hills can turn a calm expanse into a churning abyss in moments. It began as a whisper, a gathering chill in the air, a restlessness in the waves that slapped with growing insistence against the wooden hull. Then the storm was upon them, not gradually, but with the force of a sudden explosion. The wind howled like a living thing, tearing at the sails and ripping spray from the waves until the air itself was a stinging, salt-soaked fury. The boat pitched and shuddered, climbing steep swells only to plunge into troughs so deep it felt they were being swallowed by the darkness. Water crashed over the sides, sloshing around the disciples' feet, soaking their robes, and filling the vessel with a cold, relentless weight. They worked frantically, bailing with cupped hands and battered buckets, muscles straining against the chaos, voices raised not in prayer but in raw, unchecked fear. Their eyes kept darting to the stern, to the still form of Jesus, asleep amid the tumult. It seemed impossible, a kind of peaceful defiance that felt almost offensive in its tranquility. How could he sleep? Did he not care that they were perishing? The question hung unspoken in the air, thick with panic and betrayal. Here was the one who had spoken with such authority, who had healed the sick and cast out demons, now seemingly oblivious to the very real danger that threatened to send them all to the depths. The storm was not merely a natural phenomenon, it felt like a spiritual assault, a testing of everything they thought they knew about this man and the kingdom he proclaimed. In the violent rocking of the boat, their faith rocked too, tilting toward despair. They were fishermen, many of them, men who knew this sea and its moods, but this was beyond experience, beyond skill. This was the kind of storm that swallowed boats whole, that left no trace but foam and memory. Their hands, calloused from nets and ropes, now trembled. Their voices, usually bold with conviction, cracked with terror. They were not just afraid, they were undone, confronted with the limits of their own courage and the apparent limits of their master's concern. And all the while, Jesus slept. His breathing remained even, his posture relaxed, as if the storm were nothing more than a lullaby. The cushion beneath his head was a stark symbol of rest in the heart of chaos, a quiet rebuke to their frenzy. The disciples did not yet understand that his sleep was not neglect, but a profound demonstration of trust, a trust so complete it could rest even when the world fell apart. They saw only the storm, the water rising around their ankles, the wind stealing the breath from their lungs. They did not see that the one who commanded the universe was in their boat, and that his rest was more powerful than any tempest. Then, in the heart of the chaos, something shifted, not in the storm, but in the sleeper. Without warning, Jesus rose. There was no grogginess in his movement, no disorientation from being roused from deep rest. He stood, calm and centered, as the boat pitched violently beneath his feet. His eyes, now open, took in the scene not with alarm, but with a quiet authority that seemed to still the very air around him. The disciples, soaked and shaking, watched as he lifted his face toward the shrieking wind and the heaving waves, and spoke 3 words that would echo through eternity: "Peace, be still." The effect was instantaneous. It was as if the storm had been waiting for permission to end. The wind did not gradually die down. It ceased, as if a door had been slammed shut on its fury. The waves did not slowly subside. They flattened into a glassy calm, the surface of the water becoming so smooth it reflected the emerging stars like a dark mirror. The sudden silence was almost more startling than the noise had been, a profound, breathless quiet that felt heavier, more substantial than the tempest it replaced. The boat rocked gently once, twice, then settled into a peace so complete it seemed the storm had never been. Jesus turned to his disciples, his gaze holding them in the stillness. There was no reproach in his eyes, only a depth of understanding that saw past their fear into the very core of their unbelief. "Why are you so afraid?" he asked, his voice as calm as the sea. "Do you still have no faith?" The questions hung in the air, not as accusations, but as invitations to see beyond the visible, to trust the hand that held the waves. Their terror had been reasonable, human, understandable, but it had also been unnecessary. They had forgotten who was in the boat with them. The disciples' fear did not vanish, it transformed. The chill that had seized them now came not from the wind or the water, but from awe, a holy trembling at the realization that the man standing before them commanded not just hearts and bodies, but nature itself. They whispered among themselves, voices hushed in the new quiet, "Who is this? Even the wind and the waves obey him." It was a question that would linger long after the boat reached the shore, a mystery that would deepen their faith even as it humbled their understanding. This moment on the Galilee speaks directly to the storms that rage within, the tempests of anxiety, the gales of regret, the squalls of fear that rise without warning in the night. Jesus does not always prevent the storms from coming. Sometimes he allows them to brew, not to punish, but to reveal, to show us that our peace is not dependent on the absence of trouble, but on the presence of the one who rules over trouble. His peace, be still, is not just for wind and water. It is for the human heart, for the mind that tosses and turns in the dark, for the soul that feels itself sinking. As the body lies down to sleep, this truth becomes an anchor. The same voice that calmed the sea now speaks into the inner turmoil. The worries about tomorrow, the regrets of yesterday, the fears that have no name but still hold power. He does not always still the circumstances, but he always offers to still the soul. To rest is to believe that he is in the boat, that his presence is more real than any storm, and his peace more lasting than any chaos. The night may bring its tempests, but it also brings the reminder. The one who commands the wind and the waves also holds you. And that is enough to calm even the fiercest storm within. The world offers many kinds of peace. The fragile quiet that follows a resolved conflict, the temporary calm that comes with favorable circumstances, the shallow stillness of distraction or denial. But these are borrowed and fleeting, dependent on conditions that can shift in an instant. Into this uncertainty, on the night before his suffering, Jesus spoke words that would carve a new reality into the hearts of his followers. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. Do not let your hearts be troubled, and do not be afraid. This was no casual farewell. It was a last will and testament of the soul, a bequeathing of the very essence of his being. The peace he offered was not the absence of trouble, but the presence of something deeper, a settled assurance that could hold fast even when the ground gave way. He was about to walk into the darkest hours any human could endure, yet he spoke of peace not as a theory, but as a transferable reality. This peace was his own, forged in the furnace of obedience, tested in the wilderness of temptation, and proven in the daily surrender to the Father's will. And now, he was giving it away. He did not give as the world gives. The world's gifts often come with strings, with expectations, with the unspoken pressure to reciprocate or perform. The world's peace is conditional, fragile, easily shattered by bad news or changing moods. But his peace was unconditional, a grace bestowed not because of who we are, but because of who he is. It was a gift that required only open hands to receive, hands that had finally released the need to control, to understand, to earn. This peace was not a reward for good behavior, but a birthright for those who would trust him. As night falls and the body seeks rest, this promise becomes a pillow for the soul. The mind, so often a battlefield of conflicting thoughts, is invited to lay down its weapons. The heart, prone to trouble and fear, is offered a different narrative, one written not in the ink of circumstance, but in the blood of covenant. To receive his peace is to allow his calm to seep into the cracks of our anxiety, to let his stillness quiet the inner storms that rage long after the external world has gone silent. It is to believe that the same peace that sustained him in Gethsemane and on the cross is now available for the ordinary struggles of the night. This divine peace does not erase the reasons for fear, it simply outshines them. It is a light that burns in the deepest dark, a melody that plays beneath the noise of worry. As the body settles into the familiar contours of the bed, the soul can settle into the even more familiar contours of his presence. The breath slows, the muscles relax, not because all problems are solved, but because all burdens are entrusted. He holds them now. His peace stands guard over the heart, a sentinel more vigilant than any worry, more powerful than any fear. To sleep in this peace is to practice the reality of his gift. It is to close one's eyes not in escape, but in surrender, to the one who gives rest its meaning and peace its name. The night may hold uncertainties, but it also holds his promise, and his word is more solid than the ground beneath us, more certain than the dawn that will inevitably break. So we rest, not because the world is calm, but because he is with us, and his peace is enough. The familiar words return like a well-worn path, a melody the heart knows by memory, even when the mind grows weary. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside quiet waters. But this time, in the deepening quiet of the night, one phrase rises above the others, shimmering with new meaning. He leads me beside quiet waters. It is no longer just a line from a psalm. It is an experience, a reality tasted in the stillness that now cradles the soul. After the storms and the fears, the exhaustion and the striving, the quiet waters are not merely a poetic image but a profound necessity. They represent the place where the soul finally stops running, where the churning within stills to match the calm without. These are not rushing rapids, eager to carry you towards some unknown destination, but deep, placid pools meant for lingering, for reflection, for drinking deeply of a peace that saturates more than the thirst of the moment. The shepherd does not hurry his sheep past these waters. He invites them to kneel at the edge, to see their own reflection, not in turbulence, but in tranquility, and to see his face mirrored there as well. He leads. It is an action both gentle and intentional, a guidance that respects the weariness of the sheep without dismissing the destination. The path to quiet waters is often through terrain that would otherwise stir up anxiety, shadowed valleys, narrow passes, places where the way forward is not always clear. But the shepherd's presence transforms the journey. His staff is not for driving, but for guiding. His voice is not for scolding, but for reassuring. He knows the exact moment when the soul needs to pause, to drink, to remember that it is not alone in the wilderness of the world. The quiet waters restore the soul because they are not sourced in the shallow springs of circumstance, but in the deep wells of God's character. They do not dry up when the heat comes, or muddy when the storms rage. They remain clear and cool, a constant invitation to trust, to release, to be still. In the silence of the night, when the world is hushed and the heart is laid bare, these waters seem closer than ever, not as a distant hope, but as a present reality. The same shepherd who led Elijah to rest under the broom tree, who calmed the storm with a word, who promised his peace to all who would receive it, now leads the weary soul to this place of quiet drink. Here, the noises of the day, the demands, the disappointments, the unresolved tensions lose their volume. They are not erased, but put into perspective by the vast, calm depth of the shepherd's care. The worries that once felt like mountains now seem like small stones at the water's edge, easily skipped across the surface and forgotten. The soul, parched from striving, drinks until it is full, until it remembers that it is loved not for what it does, but for whose it is. As the body settles into sleep, this reprise of the shepherd's psalm becomes a lullaby of trust. The quiet waters are not far off. They are here, in the rhythm of the breath, in the release of the mind, in the surrender of the spirit. The shepherd is still leading, still providing, still guarding. And in that certainty, the soul finds not just rest, but restoration, a renewal that goes deeper than the night, reaching into the very core of what it means to be held, known, and loved. The quiet waters are not a one-time destination, but a continual invitation to come, to drink, to rest. And in the darkness, the soul does just that. There is a weariness that sleep alone cannot cure, a fatigue that seeps into the bones and lingers in the spirit long after the body has rested. It is the weight of burdens unseen, the ache of hearts overfull with worry, the exhaustion of souls that have carried too much for too long. Into this deep and common human ache, a voice speaks across the centuries, gentle and clear, an invitation that feels both timeless and intimately personal. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. These words from Matthew 11 are not a general offer of sympathy. They are a specific summons to those who feel the strain of existence, who know the cost of striving, who have reached the end of their own strength. Jesus does not stand at a distance, calling from a place of untouched ease. He speaks as one acquainted with weariness, with dusty roads, sleepless nights, and the weight of a world's need pressing in on every side. His invitation is rooted in empathy, in a knowing that goes deeper than words. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, he continues, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. The imagery is drawn from the familiar world of agrarian labor, a yoke, the wooden beam that joins two animals together for plowing or pulling. To take his yoke is not to add another burden, but to enter into a shared labor where the weight is distributed, where the pull is guided by his strength, not our own. It is an exchange, our weariness for his rest, our chaos for his calm, our loneliness for his nearness. The promise is not merely physical rest, though it includes that. It is rest for the soul, that deepest part of us that worries in the night, that rehearses regrets, that fears what the dawn may bring. This rest is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of a peace that holds fast even when trouble remains. It is the quieting of the inner storm, the stilling of the voice that whispers we are not enough, the gentle release of the need to earn what has already been freely given. As night descends and the body longs for sleep, this invitation becomes a lifeline. The mind, so often a whirlwind of unresolved thoughts, is offered a different way, a yielding, a learning, a leaning into the gentle humility of Christ. He does not ask for more effort, for tighter grip, for brighter performance. He asks only for trust, for the willingness to come as we are, weary and burdened, and to receive what we could never manufacture on our own. Rest that reaches the parts of us that even sleep cannot touch. The darkness, often a canvas for fear, becomes instead a backdrop for grace. The same hands that stilled the storm on Galilee now reach for the yoke of our anxiety, our perfectionism, our need to control. He does not pry it from our grip. He invites us to release it, to take up his yoke instead, which is easy, which is light, because it is born in partnership with him. To sleep is to practice this surrender, to close our eyes not in defeat, but in trust, knowing that the one who calls the weary to himself also watches through the night, his heart gentle, his presence near. And in that nearness, the soul finds its true rest. The invitation lingers in the quiet like a fragrance, sweet and sustaining. Take my yoke upon you, he had said, and now, in the stillness of the night, the soul begins to understand what that truly means. A yoke is not meant for one alone. It is built for two, designed to share the load, to distribute the weight so that the burden becomes bearable, the path manageable. To take Christ's yoke is to step into a partnership where strength is not our own, where direction is not our responsibility, where the relentless pressure to perform finally dissolves into the grace of being led. This yoke is easy not because the road is always smooth, but because the one who shares it carries the greater weight. His strength becomes our own, his patience our pace, his gentleness our guard against the lash of self-condemnation. And his burden is light, not because life suddenly becomes simple, but because he transforms what we carry, exchanging anxiety for trust, regret for grace, fear for the quiet assurance that we are never alone. The soul's weariness, so often born from the illusion of self-sufficiency, begins to lift when we lean into the reality of shared surrender. "Learn from me," he whispers, and the learning is not in books or sermons, but in the quiet rhythm of breathing, in the release of tension, in the conscious choice to believe that his way is better than our worry. He is gentle, not harsh, not demanding, not impatient with our slow understanding. He is humble in heart, willing to meet us where we are, without pretense or posture. In the dark, when pretense falls away and the heart is laid bare, this gentleness feels like a balm, this humility like a safe place to rest the head. The rest he offers is for the soul, that deepest part of us that eludes even the most determined efforts at control. It is a rest that seeps into the marrow, calming the nervous system, quieting the mental chatter, stilling the emotional tides that so often disrupt sleep. This is not a passive state, but an active receptivity, allowing of his peace to fill the spaces once occupied by striving. It is the soul finally coming home to itself because it has first come home to him. As the body settles into the mattress, the mind can release its grip on the day's unresolved threads. There is no need to tie them all tonight. The hands that hold the universe also hold those loose ends. The breath deepens, the heart rate slows, not from exhaustion alone, but from the conscious practice of taking on his yoke, a yielding that feels less like defeat and more like freedom. The night becomes a classroom where the soul learns, moment by moment, what it means to rest in the gentle, humble heart of Christ. And in that learning, sleep comes not as an escape, but as an embrace, a tangible experience of the rest he promised. The worries that once stood like sentinels at the door of consciousness now fade into the background, not because they are gone, but because they are overshadowed by a greater reality, that we are yoked to the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps, who watches through the night so that we, his weary ones, can finally rest. This is the easy yoke. This is the light burden. This is the rest for which the soul has always longed. In the deepest hours of the night, when the world seems suspended in a silence so profound it feels almost sacred, the soul's vulnerabilities often surface. It is here, in the unguarded territory between wakefulness and dreams, that ancient words rise like a sentinel's promise. He who watches over you will not slumber. Indeed, he who watches over Israel will neither slumber nor sleep. These verses from Psalm 121, 3-4, are not merely poetic reassurance. They are a declaration of divine vigilance, a truth as steady as the turning of the earth and as personal as a heartbeat in the dark. The night has a way of amplifying fears. The creak of a floorboard becomes an intruder step, the sigh of the wind a whisper of impending trouble. The simple act of closing one's eyes a surrender to uncertainties that daylight holds at bay. But into this vulnerability, the psalmist speaks a counter-narrative. The one who guards your life does not doze, does not drift, does not look away. His attention is not divided by fatigue or distraction. It is fixed, unwavering, complete. He is not a watchman who nods off at his post, but a keeper whose eyes miss nothing, whose care does not ebb with the hours. This divine vigilance is rooted not in duty, but in love, a love that does not measure its effort or count the cost. It is the same love that numbered the hairs on your head, that caught your tears in its bottle, that traced the lines of your life before you drew your first breath. In the stillness, this truth begins to reshape the very atmosphere of the night. The darkness is not empty, it is full of a presence that requires no light to see you, no sound to hear you, no sign to remember you. You are known, you are watched, you are kept. As the body settles into the familiar contours of the bed, the mind can release its grip on the need to stay alert. There is no danger that escapes his notice, no worry too small for his concern, no future moment outside his provision. The same God who shepherds the stars through their courses also shepherds your breath through the night, each inhalation a gift, each exhalation a release into his care. The rhythm of sleep becomes a partnership with his wakefulness. Your rest is his responsibility. The soul, so often tempted to take up the role of sentinel, can finally stand down. There is no need to keep watch over your own life, to mentally rehearse escape routes or solutions to problems that may never come. The watch is already kept by eyes that never grow heavy, by a heart that never grows weary. This is the comfort of the night watch. It is not your task to ensure your safety, but to receive it as a gift. To sleep is to act on this belief, to close your eyes not in defiance of reality, but in trust of a deeper one. And so, as the moon traces its slow arc across the sky, and the world holds its breath until dawn, the promise stands, unchanged, unchanging. He who watches over you does not slumber. He does not sleep. The night is long, but his vigilance is longer. The dark is deep, but his care is deeper still. And in that certainty, the soul finds its rest, not because all is well, but because he is. And that is enough for the watching hours, enough for the sleeping ones, enough for all the nights to come. In the quiet aftermath of inner storms, when the soul feels raw and the mind still hums with the residue of worry, there is a promise that rises like a fortress around the heart, a promise not of escape, but of protection so profound it defies understanding. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. These words from Philippians 4:6-7 are not a gentle suggestion, but a divine strategy for the battles waged in the dark. Anxiety is a subtle thief, stealing into the mind with whispers of what might go wrong, amplifying small concerns into looming threats, and painting the future in shades of fear. It does not ask permission, it simply arrives, uninvited and unwelcome, especially in the stillness of the night when defenses are down. But into this vulnerability, God speaks a command that is also an invitation. Do not be anxious about anything. It is not a dismissal of real concerns, but a redirection of focus, from the problem to the problem solver, from the fear to the Father. The prescription is specific. In every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. This is not a passive hope but an active transfer, a conscious handing over of each worry, each uncertainty, each clenched fist concern into hands that are more than capable of holding them. Prayer becomes the mechanism of release, the way the soul uncurls its fingers and lets go. And thanksgiving is the key that unlocks the prison of anxiety, a deliberate choice to remember what is good, what is true, what is faithful, even when fear shouts louder. Then comes the promise, not as a reward for perfect prayer, but as a natural consequence of trust. The peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds. This peace is not logical. It does not make sense in the face of trouble. It is a supernatural calm that settles into the spirit like a deep and steadying breath, a quiet so profound it feels almost like a presence itself. And it does not merely comfort, it guards. It stands sentry at the doors of the heart and the windows of the mind, allowing no fear to enter that has not first been filtered through the certainty of God's care. This guarding is not a fragile barrier, but a fortress wall, thick, impenetrable, built not by human effort but by divine promise. It is the same peace that rested on Christ in the boat amid the storm, that sustained him in the garden of agony, that sealed the tomb before it burst open in victory. It is a peace that has already faced the worst the world can offer and emerged unshaken. And now, it is offered to the anxious heart, to the sleepless body, to the mind that races in the dark. As the body lies down and the day's worries rise like ghosts, this promise becomes a practice. Each anxious thought can be named, acknowledged, and then released, not into the void, but into the hands of God. With thanksgiving, the soul can recall the ways He has been faithful before, the moments He has carried us through, the simple gifts of breath and heartbeat that remind us we are still held. And gradually, almost imperceptibly, the peace that transcends understanding begins to descend, not as a feeling, but as a fact, not as an emotion, but as an embodiment of His presence. The night may still hold its uncertainties, but they are now outside the walls. The heart, once vulnerable to every whisper of fear, is garrisoned by a peace that requires no explanation, no justification. It simply is steady, sure, and silent in its strength. To sleep is to lean into this guardedness, to trust that the same God who commands the peace also commands the watch. And in that trust, the soul finds not just rest, but refuge, a place where anxiety cannot reach, because peace stands guard. The desert sun beat down upon the arid plains of Gerar, a land of dust and thirst where survival was measured in drops of water and moments of shade. Isaac, son of the promise, found himself in a landscape of contention, his father's wells claimed by envious neighbors who preferred conflict over community. Yet Isaac carried within him a different spirit, a legacy of faith that chose peace over pride, stillness over strife. He moved away from the arguments, not in defeat, but in deliberate trust, leading his servants to dig anew in the unwelcoming earth, seeking not just water, but a deeper kind of refreshment. The work was backbreaking under the relentless sky, the grind of shovel against stone, a rhythm of perseverance. Each thrust into the ground was an act of hope, a belief that beneath the surface of hostility, grace still flowed. When the first well sprang to life, cool and clear, the herdsmen of Gerar arrived once more, voices raised in ownership. "This water is ours," they insisted, their eyes hard with territorial hunger. Isaac could have fought. He had the right, the strength, the precedent of possession. But he looked at their strained faces, saw the fear masquerading as aggression, and he named the well Esek contention, and walked away. He moved farther into the wilderness, his heart steady though his body wearied. Again the digging began, the hope undimmed. When water was found once more, the pattern repeated, the same men, the same claims, the same readiness for conflict. Isaac named this well Sitna Enmity, and turned his back without a word of rebuke. There was no bitterness in his retreat, only a quiet resolve to seek a space where peace could root itself deeply, undisturbed by the clamor of human rivalry. He was not avoiding battle, he was pursuing something more valuable, a rest that ran deeper than any well. The third time he led his people so far into the openness that the voices of argument could no longer reach them. Here, under the vast and silent sky, they dug again. The earth gave up its treasure without protest, water rising pure and abundant, with no one to dispute it. Isaac named this well Rehoboth, wide spaces, and said with a soul-deep satisfaction, "Now the Lord has given us room, and we will flourish in the land." It was more than a statement about territory, it was a testimony about the heart. He had made space for peace, and in that space, he found not just water, but wholeness. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars emerged like promises over the desert, Isaac tasted the fruit of his choices. The peace he had pursued was not the absence of conflict, but the presence of a trust so firm it could not be shaken by external turmoil. He had dug through layers of hardship and hostility to reach a stillness that belonged to him and to God. The well of Rehoboth became a symbol of divine provision meeting human perseverance, a place where the soul could drink deeply without looking over its shoulder. There is a profound lesson in Isaac's wells for those who lie awake in the night, hearts churning with the conflicts of the day, the unresolved arguments, the perceived slights, the inner rehearsals of what should have been said or done. Isaac teaches the art of digging past the strife, of moving away from the noise to find the wide spaces God prepares for those who seek His peace. It is not a passive retreat, but an act of trust, a choice to believe that God's provision is not limited to the places others fight over, that His abundance often waits in the quiet, overlooked places where pride has not yet laid claim. As the body seeks rest, the spirit too can dig for its own Rehoboth, a wide space within where anxiety cannot crowd in, where fear finds no footing. It requires the hard work of release, the willingness to walk away from mental arguments, to name the contentions and then leave them behind. The Lord gives room to those who make room for Him, room to breathe, to rest, to flourish. In the darkness, the soul can recall Isaac's journey and remember, peace is not found where everyone is fighting, but where God is flowing, uncontested, clear, and deep. And in that memory, rest becomes not just a hope, but a habitation. The night holds a peculiar power to magnify what the daylight merely hints at. The worries that skitter at the edges of consciousness by day often grow bold and insistent in the dark. They cluster like shadows around the mind, whispering of unfinished tasks, unresolved tensions, and uncertainties that stretch into an unseen future. It is in this vulnerable hour that the words of Philippians 4:6-7 unfold not as a distant ideal, but as a practical, life-giving invitation. Do not be anxious about anything, but in every situation, by prayer and petition, with thanksgiving, present your requests to God. And the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your minds in Christ Jesus. This is not a call to dismiss genuine concerns with hollow optimism, but to transfer them, to consciously, deliberately place each anxiety into hands far more capable of holding it. The act is both spiritual and physical. As the body settles into the mattress, the soul can engage in a gentle release, a mental unfolding of clenched fists. Each worry, named and acknowledged, becomes a petition, not a demand, but a trusting surrender. The rhythm of breathing can become a prayer in itself, each exhale carrying a burden away, each inhale drawing in the assurance of a presence that does not waver. Thanksgiving is the unexpected key, the deliberate choice to recall the good, the faithful, the already provided. It is not a denial of difficulty, but a reorientation of perspective. In the dark, gratitude becomes a candle, its small flame pushing back the shadows of fear. Remembering the ways God has been faithful before softens the anxiety about what may come next. It is the soul's way of saying that the one who provided then is the same one who holds tomorrow. Then comes the peace, not as a reward for perfect performance, but as a natural consequence of trust. It does not always arrive as a feeling. Sometimes it is simply a quiet fact, a deep-seated knowing that settles into the spirit like a weight of calm. This peace transcends understanding because it does not rely on circumstances changing. It stands guard, a sentinel at the doors of the heart and the windows of the mind, allowing no fear to enter that has not first been disarmed by the certainty of God's care. As sleep draws near, this practice becomes a sacred ritual. Each concern about the coming day, the meeting, the diagnosis, the difficult conversation is mentally lifted and released. There is no need to cling to them through the night. They are safe in divine custody. The peace that follows is not the absence of thought, but the presence of a deeper stillness, a stillness that remembers Isaac's Rehoboth, the wide spaces God provides when we choose trust over turmoil. The night, once arena for anxiety, becomes a sanctuary of surrender, and in that sanctuary, rest is not just possible, it is promised. In the deep hush of the night, when the world has stilled and the heart turns inward, there is a silence that speaks more loudly than any noise. It is in this sacred quiet that the story of Elijah returns, not with the drama of wind or fire, but with the profound intimacy of a whisper. After the fire came a gentle whisper. When Elijah heard it, he pulled his cloak over his face and went out and stood at the mouth of the cave. The God of infinite power, who commands storms and shakes mountains, chooses often to speak not in the spectacular, but in the subtle. A sound so soft it must be listened for, a presence so gentle it can be missed by souls still straining for the sensational. Elijah, weary from running and raw from fear, had taken refuge in the cave's cold embrace. He had witnessed the displays of divine might, the wind that tore rocks, the earthquake that rattled bones, the fire that consumed everything in its path. But God was not in any of them. It was only when the chaos subsided, when the noise faded into an almost painful quiet, that the real communication began. The gentle whisper was not a lesser thing. It was the essence of God's heart, the tone He reserves for those who have exhausted their own strength and are finally ready to listen. This whisper did not offer solutions to Elijah's problems or answers to his questions. It did not justify God's ways or explain the prophet's suffering. It simply invited him into presence, a nearness that asked for nothing but attention, that required no performance, no understanding, no effort. In the whisper, Elijah found a God who was not distant in his majesty, but intimate in his care. The same voice that commanded the universe now spoke in a tone meant for one trembling heart alone. For those lying awake in the dark, this truth becomes a beacon. The night often amplifies the need for clarity, the desire for a sign, a breakthrough, a dramatic intervention that will settle every fear and silence every doubt. But God's way is frequently quieter, deeper, more patient. He speaks in the rhythm of the breath, in the stillness between heartbeats, in the quiet settling of the soul when it finally stops striving. His whisper is not heard by the ear, but by the spirit, a knowing that arrives without fanfare, a peace that descends like a feather on still water. To listen for the still small voice is to cultivate a different kind of attention. It is to release the demand for obvious answers and to embrace the mystery of a God who often works in whispers rather than shouts. It is to believe that the same presence that filled Elijah's cave also fills the dark room, that the silence is not empty, but full of a nearness too gentle to force itself upon us, too respectful to override our freedom. His whisper waits for the soul to grow quiet enough to hear it. As the body yields to sleep, the mind can release its grip on the need for noise, the internal chatter, the mental rehearsals, the endless loops of worry. The whisper does not compete with these, it underlies them, a constant hum of grace that becomes audible only when the other frequencies fade. To sleep is to practice this listening, to let go of the day's clamor, and to trust that even in unconsciousness, the whisper continues, speaking peace to the spirit, calming the fears that words cannot reach. Elijah emerged from the cave a changed man, not because his circumstances had altered, but because his perception had deepened. He had learned that God's most powerful communication often comes in his softest voice. So too, the soul that learns to listen in the dark finds that the whisper carries more weight than any storm. It is the sound of love that does not need to shout, of peace that does not need to prove itself, of a presence that needs no light to be real. And in that sound, there is rest, not just for the body, but for the spirit that has finally heard what it has always needed, that it is not alone, and that it is deeply, quietly loved. There is a weariness that runs deeper than muscle and bone, a fatigue of the soul that no amount of striving can remedy. It is the exhaustion of those who have tried to earn their rest, to secure their safety, to build their own peace through sheer force of will. Into this quiet desperation, the words of an ancient psalm drift like a cool breeze on a fevered brow. It is vain for you to rise up early, to sit up late, to eat the bread of sorrows, for so he gives his beloved sleep. This promise from Psalm 127:2 does not scold the striving, it simply unveils its futility, replacing the economy of effort with the economy of grace. Sleep is not a reward for productivity, not a prize for those who have checked every item on the list, balanced every account, or solved every problem. It is a gift, given not because we have earned it, but because we are loved. The phrase, his beloved, is not reserved for the spiritual elite or the morally flawless. It is an identity bestowed on all who trust in him, all who recognize that their worth is not measured by what they accomplish, but by whose they are. To be his beloved is to be the recipient of a rest that requires no justification, no apology, no proof of deserving. The verse paints a picture of futile effort, rising early, sitting up late, consuming the bread of sorrows. These are the habits of a heart that believes it must secure its own well-being, that imagines God's care is conditional on its performance. But the truth whispers beneath the striving. He gives. The verb is active, present, generous. He does not merely allow sleep, he bestows it like a blessing, like a parent covering a child who has finally stopped fighting the darkness. This giving is not dependent on our readiness to receive, but on his readiness to love. In the quiet of the night, this truth begins to dismantle the hidden contracts we have made with ourselves, the belief that we must be tired enough to deserve rest, that we must have worried sufficiently to merit peace, that we must have solved enough problems to justify surrender. These are the bread of sorrows, the bitter sustenance of self-reliance. But he offers a different nourishment, the simple, profound gift of sleep, given not as a response to our exhaustion, but as an expression of his character. As the body settles into the familiar contours of the bed, the soul can release the need to justify its rest. The mind, so often a ledger of accomplishments and failures, can close the books for the night. There is no need to rise early in anxiety or sit up late in vigilance. The same hands that hold the stars also hold the hours, and they are more than capable of managing what the night may bring. To receive sleep as a gift is to acknowledge that we are not the authors of our own safety, the guarantors of our own peace. We are the beloved, and He gives. This divine generosity transforms the very act of lying down. It is no longer a collapse into exhaustion, but a leaning into love. Each breath becomes a reception of the gift, each release of tension and acceptance of the grace that says, "You do not have to earn this." The darkness, often a canvas for fear, becomes instead the wrapping paper around a present, the present of unconsciousness, of renewal, of trust embodied in the vulnerability of closed eyes. The same God who gave Elijah rest under the broom tree, who calmed the storm with a word, who whispered to the prophet in the cave, now gives sleep to His beloved. It is the same gift, offered night after night, not because we have mastered the art of resting, but because He has mastered the art of giving. To sleep is to practice the reality of being beloved, to let the body and soul be cared for in the deepest, most passive way possible, to admit that we are held not by our own strength, but by His. And so, as the world outside grows silent and the rhythms of the heart slow to the pace of grace, the promise stands, unchanged, unchanging. He gives His beloved sleep, not as a payment, but as a pleasure, not as a wage, but as a wonder. The night is long, but His giving is longer. The need is deep, but His love is deeper still. And in that certainty, the soul finds not just rest, but home, a place where striving ends and receiving begins, where the beloved finally close their eyes, not because they are worthy, but because they are His. The decree had been signed, its words etched not only into the law of the Medes and Persians, but into the very atmosphere of the kingdom, a cold, unchangeable verdict that for 30 days, no petition could be made to any god or man except King Darius. For Daniel, the man of unwavering faith, the edict was not merely a political maneuver, it was a direct assault on the rhythm of his soul, the thrice daily habit of opening his window toward Jerusalem and pouring out his heart to the God he served. The enemies who had crafted this trap watched with hungry eyes, certain that Daniel's devotion would be his undoing. They expected fear, hesitation, or at least a prudent pause. They did not expect peace, but peace was what Daniel carried with him as he walked through the marble halls of power, his steps measured and calm, his countenance unshadowed by the looming threat. He knew the penalty, the lion's den, a place of terror and certain death, yet his heart did not race with panic. Instead, it beat in time with a deeper rhythm, a trust forged in the fires of exile and refined in the quiet moments of prayer. When the hour came, he did not hide his devotion or seek a secret place. He went to his upper room, opened the windows wide, and knelt as he always had, as if the decree did not exist, as if the lions were already tame. There was no defiance in his posture, only fidelity. No recklessness, only reverence. The peace that enveloped him was not the absence of danger, but the presence of a certainty that transcended it. He had walked with God through the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, through the fiery furnace that could not consume, through the madness of kings and the rise and fall of empires. He had learned that the same God who interpreted dreams and revealed mysteries was also the keeper of his breath, the guardian of his soul. The lion's den was not a surprise to heaven. It was merely another room in the house of a world held firmly in divine hands. As he prayed, the golden light of the setting sun streamed through the open window, illuminating the dust motes that danced like tiny angels in the stillness. His prayers were not frantic pleas for deliverance, but familiar conversations, thanksgivings, intercessions, the quiet lifting of a heart that had long ago ceased to be its own keeper. He did not ask for the decree to be overturned or for his enemies to be confounded. He simply presented himself once again to the God he loved. His peace was not emotion to be mustered, but a state of being to be inhabited, a deep, river-like calm that flowed from the throne of grace itself. His accusers, watching from the shadows, saw only a man kneeling in vulnerability. They could not see the invisible fortress that surrounded him, the peace that stood guard over his heart and mind. They could not hear the whisper that undergirded his silence. You are mine. Daniel's body might be thrown to the lions, but his soul was already hidden in the cleft of the rock, safe in a love that not even death could violate. His peace was not a denial of reality, but alignment with a higher one, the reality of a God who shut the mouths of lions before they could roar, who commanded legions of angels with a thought, who measured the universe with the span of his hand and yet numbered the hairs on Daniel's head. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their silent watch, Daniel rose from his knees. The peace he carried was not his own achievement. It was a gift, received and worn like a royal garment. It was the same peace that had stilled the storm on Galilee, that had sustained Elijah under the broom tree, that had whispered to the prophet in the cave. It was the peace of Christ, though centuries yet unborn, the peace that passes understanding, guarding hearts that choose trust over terror. Daniel did not know what the night would hold, but he knew who held the night, and that was enough to make even the lion's den a place of rest. The night in the palace was anything but peaceful for King Darius. While Daniel rested in the divinely guarded den, the king tossed upon his bed of royal linen, his mind tormented by the irreversible decree he had signed. The opulent chamber, usually a sanctuary of power and comfort, felt like a prison of regret. Every rustle of the night breeze against the silk curtains sounded like the whisper of his own failure. Every distant noise from the city below echoed the gnawing fear that he had condemned the one man whose integrity had been a steady light in his court. Sleep did not come to the king, for his soul was chained to the consequences of his own pride and haste. But in the darkness below, in the sealed mouth of the lion's den, a different reality unfolded. The stone that covered the opening did not shut out the presence of God. It merely enclosed a sacred space where heaven's authority superseded earth's cruelty. The lions, hungry and fierce, should have been upon Daniel the moment he was lowered into their midst. Yet their great muscles remained coiled in stillness, their amber eyes reflecting not rage, but a strange, subdued watchfulness. Their mouths, capable of crushing bone and tearing flesh, remained closed, not by force, but by a quiet command that resonated in the very air of the den. It was as if an invisible hand rested upon each massive head, a calming touch that hushed the instinct to kill. Daniel did not cower in a corner, straining to see in the gloom or bracing for attack. Instead, he sat with his back against the cold stone wall, his posture one of serene expectancy. The peace that had carried him to the den now filled it, a tangible atmosphere of trust that even the lions seemed to breathe in. There was no fear in his heart, no frantic prayers for deliverance, only a deep and settled knowing that the God who had shut the mouths of lions in the times of old was the same God who held him now. His rest was not a passive resignation, but an active repose in the certainty of divine protection. Through the long hours, the den became a sanctuary. The only sounds were the soft breathing of the lions and the occasional shift of their heavy bodies on the earthen floor. Daniel's mind did not race with images of what might happen. It rested in what was already true, that he was held, he was loved, he was kept. The same peace that had guarded his heart as he prayed now guarded his body as he waited. He may have even slept, his head pillowed not on stone, but on promise, his dreams untroubled by the proximity of danger, because danger itself had been disarmed. At the first light of dawn, King Darius rushed to the den, his voice strained with a hope that defied logic. "Daniel, servant of the living God, has your God, whom you serve continually, been able to deliver you from the lions?" The words were barely out of his mouth when Daniel's reply, calm and clear, rose from the depths. "O King, live forever. My God sent his angel and shut the lions' mouths. They have not hurt me, because I was found innocent in his sight, and I have done no wrong before you, O King." There was no boast in his tone, only a quiet testimony to the faithfulness he had trusted through the night. The king's relief was palpable, a physical uncoiling of the tension that had gripped him for hours. Daniel was lifted from the den, unharmed, not a thread of his clothing disturbed, not a scratch on his skin. The lions, now stirring with the returned hunger, would soon turn on the accusers who had sought Daniel's life, but for now, they merely watched, their power still held in check by the unseen hand that had guarded the man of God. For those who lie awake in the night, fearing the lions of circumstance, the health diagnoses, the financial pressures, the relational fractures, Daniel's story offers a profound reassurance. God does not always remove the den, but he always guards within it. His protection is not the absence of danger, but the presence of a peace that renders danger powerless. The same angel who stood with Daniel in the darkness now stands with every heart that trusts in the living God. The mouths of the lions, whether they be anxiety, illness, or loss, are shut by a command that requires no sound, a love that needs no light to be effective. As the body seeks rest, the spirit can remember. The night may hold real threats, but it also holds a real God, whose guardianship does not falter when the world sleeps. To trust him through the dark hours is to participate in a peace that has already stilled the greatest of fears. Sleep, then, becomes an act of faith, a leaning into the certainty that the one who shut the lions' mouths also holds your heart, and that in his care, even the dens of life become places of rest. There is a weight that settles not in the muscles but in the mind, a burden woven from the threads of worry, regret, and what-ifs that accumulate through the waking hours. It is a load that grows heavier in the quiet of the night, when distractions fade and the soul is left alone with its anxieties. Into this intimate struggle, a simple, profound invitation extends from the heart of God, spoken through the pen of an apostle who knew suffering well. Cast all your anxiety on him because he cares for you. These words from 1 Peter 5:7 are not a casual suggestion, but a divine strategy for the soul's release, a way out of the self-made prison of care. To cast is an active verb. It requires motion, intention, a letting go that feels both vulnerable and deliberate. It is the opposite of clinging, of nursing worries like cherished secrets, of carrying burdens as if they were badges of responsibility. This casting is not a dismissal of real concerns, but a transfer of them, from hands too small and weary to hold them, to hands that are infinitely capable, gentle, and strong. The act is mental, spiritual, almost physical in its imagery. Each anxiety, named and acknowledged, becomes something that can be lifted, aimed, and released into the custody of God. The reason for this transfer is rooted not in God's power alone, but in His character, because He cares for you. This is the heartbeat of the invitation, a personal, particular, unwavering care that does not wax and wane with our performance or our mood. He does not care from a distance, with a generalized benevolence. He cares intimately, specifically, knowing the number of hairs on our head, the unspoken fears in our heart, the weight of each burden we carry. His care is not passive sympathy. It is active engagement, a willingness to take what we cannot bear and carry it for us. In the stillness of the night, this practice becomes a sacred ritual. As the body lies in the dark, the mind can engage in a gentle unpacking of the day's cares, the unfinished task, the difficult conversation, the nagging uncertainty about tomorrow. Each one, when brought into the light of His care, loses its power to terrorize. It becomes simply a request, a thing to be handed over, released like a balloon into a sky held by a faithful keeper. There is no need to analyze it, solve it, or justify it. It is enough to name it and let it go. The peace that follows is not always immediate or emotional. Sometimes it is simply the quiet space left by the absence of striving. It is the soul's sigh of relief, the unclenching of a fist that has held too tightly for too long. This is the rest that comes not from the resolution of problems, but from the relocation of them, from our shoulders to His. The same God who sustained Daniel in the lion's den, who calmed the storm with a word, who gave Elijah rest under the broom tree, now invites us to cast every care into His capable hands. As sleep draws near, this act of mental release becomes a bridge to trust. The breath deepens, the heart rate slows, not because the circumstances have changed, but because the carrier has. The night, once a theater for anxiety, becomes a sanctuary of surrender. The darkness is not empty. It is full of a presence that cares, that keeps, that holds what we have released. And in that knowing, the soul finds the courage to close its eyes, not in escape, but in trust. Trust that the one who cares for us also carries for us, and that in His hands, even the heaviest burdens become light. In the vulnerable hours of the night, when defenses are lowered and the soul feels its own fragility most acutely, ancient words rise like a fortress in the mind, a declaration not of human resilience, but of divine guardianship. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in Him, and He helps me. My heart leaps for joy, and with my song I praise Him. These words from Psalm 28:7 are more than a memory verse. They are a lived reality for those who have learned to lean into God's protection when their own strength fails. The night, with its unique capacity to amplify fear, becomes the very canvas on which this truth is most vividly displayed. The Lord is my strength. This is not a general affirmation, but a personal confession, an acknowledgement that the energy to face the day, to endure the night, to rise again after weariness, flows not from within, but from above. It is a strength that does not depend on sleep, though it often comes through it, a power made perfect in weakness, a reservoir that refills even when the soul feels parched. In the dark, when the body is passive and the mind unguarded, this divine strength becomes most tangible, not as a surge of adrenaline, but as a deep, steady undercurrent of grace that holds the spirit fast. And He is my shield. A shield does not prevent the battle. It intervenes between the warrior and the weapon, absorbing the blow meant to harm. So too, God's protection does not always remove the sources of fear, the uncertainties, the vulnerabilities, the what-ifs that haunt the edges of consciousness, but it places Himself between them and the soul. The arrows of anxiety may fly, but they cannot penetrate the shield of His presence. The terrors that stalk the night may whisper, but they cannot drown out the promise that He who keeps us does not slumber. My heart trusts in Him, and He helps me. Trust is the bridge between the promise and the experience, the deliberate choice to believe that the strength and shield are real, even when fear feels more immediate. This trust is not blind. It is built on the memory of past help, the evidence of faithfulness in darker nights, the quiet testimony of a heart that has learned to recognize God's intervention, not only in dramatic rescues, but in the subtle, sustaining grace of each breath. He helps, not always in ways we would choose, but in ways that deepen our reliance on Him. The result is a joy that defies circumstance, a leaping of the heart that is less about emotion and more about orientation, a turning of the soul's gaze from the threat to the protector. This joy finds its voice in praise, even in the silence of the night, even when the song is only a whisper in the spirit. Praise is the soul's way of agreeing with the truth, that God is who He says He is, and that His care is more real than any fear. As the body settles into the vulnerability of sleep, this psalm becomes a blanket of truth. The mind, so often tempted to stand guard over its own safety, can finally relax. There is no need to monitor every sound, to anticipate every possible danger. The shield is already in place, the strength already supplied. The same God who shut the lions' mouths for Daniel, who calmed the storm for the disciples, who gave Elijah rest under the broom tree, now stands watch over this night, this room, this heart. The darkness is not empty. It is full of a presence that strengthens and shields. To sleep is to act on this belief, to close the eyes not in ignorance of danger, but in trust of the defender. The night may hold its unknowns, but it also holds the known, the one who has promised to be our strength, our shield, our help. And in that certainty, the soul finds not just rest, but refuge, a place where fear cannot reach, because God already has. The olive trees stood like silent sentinels in the moonlit garden, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy over the sacred ground where sorrow would soon pool like blood. Jesus led His disciples there, not as a retreat from the world, but as a deliberate turning toward the cup that awaited Him. The air was cool and carried the faint, earthy scent of crushed herbs and ancient soil, but beneath it lay a tension so thick it felt almost suffocating. He had spoken of betrayal, of denial, of a body broken and blood poured out, words that hung in the night like unfinished prayers, heavy with a meaning the disciples could not yet fully grasp. Leaving the others at the garden's edge, He took Peter, James, and John deeper into the shadows, their footsteps soft on the path worn smooth by generations of seekers. These three, who had witnessed His glory on the mountain, now beheld His grief in the garden, a sorrow so profound it seemed to bow His shoulders and slow His steps. He confided in them, His voice low and strained, "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me." The request was not for protection, but for presence, not for solutions, but for solidarity in the face of an agony only He could fully comprehend. Moving a stone's throw farther, He fell to the ground, not in ceremonial posture, but in visceral surrender. The weight of the world's sin, the horror of separation from the Father, the terrible cost of love, it pressed upon Him with a force that made the very air shudder. His prayer was not eloquent or lengthy, It was the raw, gasping cry of a soul in extremity. "My Father, if it is possible, may this cup be taken from me. Yet not as I will, but as you will." Each word seemed torn from the depths of his being, a struggle between the human desire to avoid suffering and the divine resolve to embrace it for the sake of redemption. The cup he spoke of was no metaphor. It was the full measure of wrath and abandonment, the bitter dregs of humanity's rebellion that he would drink alone. In that moment, under the olive trees, the eternal Son of God tasted the terror of what it would mean to become sin, to be severed, however momentarily, from the perfect fellowship that had been his from eternity past. His sweat fell like great drops of blood, a physical manifestation of a spiritual agony so intense it breached the boundary between soul and body. This was the true battle, not against Roman soldiers or religious leaders, but against the very darkness he had come to destroy. Yet even here, in the throes of anguish, his prayer resolved into surrender. "Not as I will, but as you will." It was the same trust that had characterized his entire life, a continual yielding to the Father's plan, a steadfast alignment with a love that would rather die than lose the ones it came to save. His humanity pleaded for another way. His divinity embraced the only way. The garden, once a place of peace and prayer, now became the arena where the fate of humanity hung in the balance, not through force of arms, but through the force of a will submitted completely to love. In the stillness that followed his prayer, the only sounds were the rustle of leaves in the night breeze and the ragged rhythm of his breath. The disciples, meant to be keeping watch, had succumbed to exhaustion, their bodies heavy with a sorrow they could not yet understand. Alone in the dark, Jesus rose from the ground, his face streaked with tears and sweat, his spirit steadied not by the absence of pain, but by the presence of purpose. He had sought solitude not to escape the coming suffering, but to confront it with a peace that could only be forged in the furnace of prayer. This moment in Gethsemane speaks to every heart that has ever trembled on the edge of a difficult obedience, every soul that has wrestled with a cup it did not want to drink. Jesus' prayer is an invitation to bring our own anguish to the Father, to name our fears, to plead for another way, but ultimately to trust that the one who led us to the garden will not abandon us in it. His surrender becomes the model for our own, not a passive resignation, but an active trust in a love that knows the cost and pays it anyway. In the garden of our own griefs, we are not alone. We pray with one who has already prayed the hardest prayer of all. The silence that followed his anguished prayer was not empty, but full, a holy stillness that seemed to hold the very breath of heaven. Jesus rose from the ground, his body weary, but his spirit resolved. The battle between will and surrender now settled in the depths of his soul. He returned to the 3 disciples, hoping for a moment of shared vigilance, a silent solidarity in the face of the looming darkness. But he found them asleep, their faces peaceful in the moonlight, utterly unaware of the cosmic struggle that had just taken place a stone's throw away. Gently, almost sorrowfully, he spoke to Peter, his words carrying the weight of a love that understood human weakness even as it transcended it. "Could you not keep watch with me for 1 hour? Watch and pray so that you will not fall into temptation. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." He did not wake them in anger, but in compassion, a tenderness that recognized their exhaustion even as he longed for their support. They were only men, frail and finite, their bodies betraying their best intentions. His rebuke was not a condemnation, but an invitation into a deeper reality. that true strength is found not in self-reliance, but in dependent prayer. He knew the temptations that awaited them, the fear that would scatter them, the denial that would haunt Peter, the despair that would cloud their faith. He knew that only through watchfulness and prayer could they hope to stand. Leaving them once more, he withdrew again to pray, the same words rising from his heart. "My Father, if it is not possible for this cup to be taken away unless I drink it, may your will be done." This time, the prayer held less struggle and more surrender, a yielding so complete it seemed to quiet the very atmosphere around him. The olive trees stood as silent witnesses to this ultimate act of trust, their roots drinking from the same soil that now received the tears of the Son of God. In this second prayer, the human will aligned fully with the divine purpose, not with resignation, but with a fierce, love-driven resolve. When he returned to the disciples, he found them asleep again, their eyes heavy with a sorrow they could not name. He did not wake them this time, allowing them their rest, for he knew the hour was at hand. The sound of approaching footsteps and the flicker of torches through the trees signaled the arrival of the betrayer and the crowd armed with swords and clubs. The disciples stirred, confusion and fear replacing their sleep-filled stupor. But Jesus stood calm, his peace now unshakable, a fortress built in the secret place of prayer. In this final moment before the arrest, his submission to the Father's will became a profound model for all who would follow him, especially in the vulnerability of the night. His prayer in Gethsemane was not a failure of faith, but its ultimate expression, the honest naming of desire, the raw plea for another way, and the final, firm surrender to a love greater than fear. He showed that true rest is not found in the absence of struggle, but in the presence of trust, a trust that sleeps not because the storm has passed, but because the Father holds the storm. For those who lie awake, burdened by their own cups of suffering, the anxieties, the griefs, the obediences that cost more than they feel they can bear, Jesus' prayer offers a pattern and a promise. It is permissible to ask for the cup to pass. It is human to tremble, but it is divine to surrender, to trust that the one who led us to the garden will not abandon us in it. His "not my will but yours" becomes the doorway to a peace that guards the heart even when the body is betrayed, even when friends fail, even when the darkness closes in. As sleep beckons, this truth becomes a pillow for the soul. The same Jesus who prayed in anguish now intercedes for us, his submitted will a shield against our fears. To rest is to lean into his surrender, to believe that our gardens of grief are held in hands that have already drunk the cup and overcome the grave. The night may hold its trials, but it also holds his example, that prayer is the place where will yields to love, and in that yielding, true rest is found. There is a peace that does not merely settle like a still pond, tranquil yet confined, but flows, deep, steady, and continuous, carving its way through the roughest terrain with a gentle persistence that refuses to be dammed or diverted. This is the peace God offers, the peace he longed for his people to know, a truth captured in the poignant words of Isaiah. "If only you had paid attention to my commands, your peace would have been like a river." The imagery is not one of stagnant calm, but of dynamic, life-giving movement, a river that winds through valleys and deserts, sustaining everything in its path, its current both powerful and peaceful. A river does not fear the obstacles in its way. It simply flows around them, over them, through them, in a constant, unhurried journey toward its destination. It is fed by hidden springs and distant rains, its depth maintained by sources unseen. So too, The peace of God is not dependent on external circumstances. It flows from the very throne of grace, fed by the endless well of His faithfulness. It does not dry up in drought or falter in flood. It moves with a certainty that comes from knowing its source is inexhaustible. This is the peace that could have been Israel's, and that is still offered to every heart that will attend to His voice. In the quiet of the night, this river-like peace invites the soul to release its grip on the banks of control and to trust the current of divine care. The mind, so often a landscape of rocky worries and arid anxieties, is invited to drink from this flowing calm, to let its thoughts be carried by a grace that knows the way home. There is no need to map the river's course or fret over its timing. It moves with a wisdom older than time, a purpose deeper than human understanding. To enter this peace is to surrender to the flow, to allow the soul to be buoyed by a presence that never tires, never worries, never doubts. The river's song is a constant, soothing murmur, a sound that does not demand attention, but gradually stills the noise within. It speaks of continuity, of a peace that does not come and go with the mood of the moment, but remains steadfast and sure through every season of the heart. In the darkness, when fears rise like jagged rocks, the river of peace flows around them, softening their edges, reminding the spirit that they are not the defining feature of the landscape. The river is. And the river leads always to deeper rest, wider spaces, fuller life. As the body yields to sleep, this flowing peace becomes a lullaby for the soul. Each breath can be a conscious drinking in of this divine current, each exhale a release into its gentle pull. The same peace that sustained Jesus in Gethsemane, that guarded Daniel in the den, that whispered to Elijah on the mountain, now flows through the night, a river of calm in a world often parched by hurry and fear. To sleep is to trust this flow, to close the eyes not in exhaustion, but in surrender to a current that knows the way through the dark, that carries the soul toward the dawn with a certainty that needs no light to see. This is peace like a river, not a static state, but a sacred journey, and every heart is invited to let go and flow with it. In the deep velvet of night, when shadows stretch and the mind wanders into territories where fear often stakes its claim, there is a truth that shines with the gentle persistence of a lone star in a vast sky. The Lord is near to all who call on Him. These words from Psalm 145:18 are not a distant promise, but a present reality, a whisper of closeness that permeates the silence, a nearness that does not depend on feeling, but on fact. The darkness, so often a canvas for loneliness, becomes instead the very backdrop against which this intimacy is most vividly displayed. He is near, not in some abstract theological sense, but in the way breath is near to the body, in the way warmth is near to the hearth. His proximity is not earned by fervent prayer or flawless faith. It is the natural state of a God whose heart leans toward His children, whose presence is the atmosphere in which the soul exists. To call on Him is not to summon a far-off deity, but to awaken to a nearness that was already there, a truth as constant as the beating of one's own heart, as sure as the rhythm of the night. In the quiet, when the world has stilled and the soul feels most exposed, this nearness becomes a tangible comfort. It is the sense of a hand resting on a fevered brow, the feeling of a blanket being drawn up over trembling shoulders. The fears that amplify in the darkness, the what-ifs, the if-onlys, the memories that sting like cold air, are met not with explanations, but with presence. He does not always still the storm, but He always steps into the boat. He does not always remove the lion, but He always shuts its mouth. His nearness is the answer to the ache of isolation, the remedy for the terror of the unseen. This closeness is not limited to moments of dramatic need. It is the undercurrent of the ordinary, the holy hum beneath the surface of everyday life. In the simple act of breathing, in the slow blink of tired eyes, in the unspoken longing for rest, He is near. He is in the space between heartbeats, in the silence between thoughts, in the quiet trust that lets the body finally release the day. To call on Him is to turn toward this nearness like a flower toward the sun, not to create the light, but to receive it. As the body settles into the vulnerability of sleep, this truth becomes a pillow for the spirit. The mind, so often a theater of replay and rehearsal, can release its grip. There is no need to strain for His attention. He is already here, His ear inclined to the slightest whisper of the heart. The same God who numbered the stars also numbers the hairs on your head. The one who holds the universe in His hands also holds this moment, this breath, this fear. His nearness does not depend on your awareness of it, but your awareness can transform your experience of the night. The darkness is not empty, it is full of a presence that needs no light to be real, full of a love that needs no proof to be certain. To sleep is to practice this belief, to close the eyes not in defiance of reality, but in trust of a deeper one. The Lord is near, and in that nearness there is safety. There is peace. There is rest. The night may be long, but His nearness is longer. The quiet may be deep, but His presence is deeper still. And in that certainty, the soul finds the courage to surrender, to rest, to be held. The wilderness stretched out around Jacob like a vast, unforgiving sea of stone and dust, each step away from Beersheba, carrying him farther from the only life he had ever known. The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and deep blue before surrendering to a darkness so complete it felt like a weight upon the soul. He was alone, truly alone for the first time in his life, a fugitive from his brother's wrath, a deceiver reaping the bitter harvest of his own cunning. The cool night air carried the scent of dry earth and distant rain, but no comfort. His mind replayed the day's events, the stolen blessing, the fury in Esau's eyes, the desperate flight urged by his mother's fear. Each memory was a stone in his pack, each regret a thorn in his side. There was no inn, no friendly hearth, no shelter save what the land itself provided. His body ached with a weariness that went deeper than muscle and bone, a soul-deep fatigue born of guilt, fear, and the terrifying uncertainty of what lay ahead. The ground was hard and unyielding, littered with rocks that seemed to mirror the hardness in his own heart. With a sigh that was almost a prayer, he selected a stone, smooth and cool from the day's residual heat, and placed it beneath his head. It was a poor pillow, a stark reminder of his reduced circumstances, a symbol of a life that had crumbled from privilege to peril in a single day. He lay down, his body curled against the chill, his cloak pulled tight around him. The heavens above were a breathtaking tapestry of stars, countless pinpricks of light in an ocean of black, but their cold beauty offered no solace. They seemed distant, indifferent to the troubles of one man lying on a patch of barren ground. His eyes grew heavy, but sleep did not come easily. The sounds of the wilderness, the skittering of some small creature, the whisper of the wind through dry grasses, seemed amplified in the silence, each one a potential threat. His mind, unable to quiet itself, churned with thoughts of Esau's promised vengeance, of his father's bewildered grief, of a future that stretched out as empty and unknown as the landscape around him. Yet, exhaustion is a force more powerful than anxiety. Gradually, the tension in his limbs began to ease. The steady rhythm of his own breathing became a lullaby, and the unyielding stone beneath his head ceased to be a symbol of hardship and became, instead, a strange anchor in the formless dark. His consciousness began to fray at the edges, the sharp lines of fear and regret blurring into the soft, receptive state between waking and dreaming. It was here, in this vulnerable surrender, that the ordinary night began to unravel and reweave itself into something holy. The dream did not arrive with a fanfare, but unfolded like a flower in the deep soil of his subconscious. The hard ground beneath him seemed to fall away, and he found himself standing at the foot of a structure so magnificent it defied earthly geometry. A ladder, or perhaps a great staircase, stretched from the very earth where he lay all the way to the heavens, its base grounded in reality, its summit lost in the shimmering veil that separates the temporal from the eternal. It was not built by human hands. It seemed woven from light and promise, each rung glowing with a soft, internal radiance that cast no shadows. And then they came, beings of breathtaking beauty and purpose, their forms both familiar and utterly alien. Angels of God were ascending and descending upon it, moving with a grace that spoke of a realm where gravity and grief held no power. Their ascent was not a struggle, but a joyful returning. Their descent a deliberate choosing, a bridging of the infinite gap between heaven and earth. They passed each other in a silent, seamless dance, a continuous flow of divine traffic that transformed the lonely wilderness into a bustling thoroughfare of glory. The air, once cold and still, now hummed with a silent music, a vibration of holiness that resonated in Jacob's very bones. He watched, breathless, a spectator to a reality that had been there all along, hidden just beyond the veil of his own fear and failure. The latter was a testament to a connection he had never dared to believe in, an open channel between the dirt where he slept and the throne of God himself. His stone pillow was not a sign of abandonment. It was the very foot of heaven's gate. The angels did not look at him with judgment for his deceit or scorn for his desperation. Their faces, when he could glimpse them, held only a serene purpose, as if his presence there was not an interruption but a part of the plan. In the profound silence of the dream, a truth began to dawn in his spirit. He was not alone. He had never been alone. The universe was not empty. It was full, achingly full, of a presence that was intimately, actively engaged with the world he had made. Then, a presence filled the space above the ladder, not with weight but with essence, a glory that made the radiance of the angels seem like candle flames before the sun. The Lord himself stood above it, and his voice did not shake the earth or tear the rocks, but spoke directly into the depths of Jacob's dreaming soul, a voice that was at once ancient and immediate, full of a fatherly authority that held no condemnation, only covenant. I am the Lord, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. The words were not a mere identification but an inheritance, a claiming of Jacob not for his own merit, but for the promise that had preceded him, a promise that now reached through generations to find him on his stone pillow in the wilderness. The promises that followed were staggering in their scope, a divine reversal of Jacob's current reality. The land on which you lie I will give to you and to your offspring. The very ground that felt like exile was declared inheritance. Your offspring shall be like the dust of the earth, and you shall spread abroad to the west, and to the east, and to the north, and to the south. The man who was running from one vengeful brother was promised a family that would cover the earth. And in you and your offspring shall all the families of the earth be blessed. His personal failure and fear were swallowed up in a cosmic plan of redemption, his story woven into a tapestry far grander than his deceptions or his deserts. The climax of the promise was one of intimate presence. Behold, I am with you and will keep you wherever you go, and will bring you back to this land. For I will not leave you until I have done what I have promised you. The guarantee was not of a trouble-free journey, but of a constant companionship that would guard, guide, and ultimately fulfill. The dream began to recede, the luminous ladder fading, the angels returning to the unseen realm from which they had come. But the words lingered, etching themselves upon Jacob's heart with the permanence of carved stone. He awoke with a start, the first rays of dawn painting the eastern sky in hues of rose and gold. The stone was still beneath his head, the wilderness still stretched out around him, but everything was different. The air itself felt charged with a sacred memory, the very ground beneath him hallowed by divine promise. Awe, thick and humbling, washed over him, and the words burst from his lips in a whispered confession. Surely the Lord is in this place, and I did not know it. His fear was transformed into reverence, his loneliness into a stunned awareness of a nearness that had been there all along. How awesome is this place, he murmured, his voice filled with a wonder that had replaced his weariness. This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven. The barren wilderness had been revealed as Bethel, the house of God. His stone pillow, once a symbol of his desolation, became a pillar of remembrance. He took the stone that had been his rest and set it up as a marker, pouring oil over its top in an act of consecration, anointing the ordinary to memorialize the extraordinary encounter. He renamed the place, not for his own fear, but for God's faithfulness. Jacob's journey was far from over. His character was yet to be wrestled with and reshaped. But he carried a new certainty into the uncertainty of his flight. The God of the ladder was with him. The same God who descended to speak promises in the darkness would walk with him through every shadowed valley ahead. The dream was not an escape from reality, but an invitation into a deeper one, a reality where heaven touches earth, where divine promises intersect with human failure, and where the most desolate places can become the very gate of heaven for a heart open to see it. For all who sleep with stones for pillows, burdened by regret or fear, Jacob's story whispers a hope that God meets us not in spite of our wilderness, but in the midst of it, turning our dreams into sanctuaries and our fears into awe. In the quiet descent of evening, when the mind begins to release its grip on the day's demands and the body seeks the solace of horizontal rest, there is a promise that rises from the ancient text with the gentle persistence of a remembered melody. My presence will go with you, and I will give you rest. These words, spoken to Moses in the wilderness of uncertainty, now extend across the centuries to every weary heart preparing to cross the threshold into sleep. They are not a distant assurance, but an intimate vow, a declaration that the journey into the night's vulnerability is not made alone, but accompanied by the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. The promise is twofold, each part weaving into the other like strands of a single cord. His presence is the guarantee, his rest is the gift. The presence does not merely observe from afar, it goes with step for step, breath for breath, into the unknown territories of dreams and the silent stretches of unconsciousness. This divine accompaniment transforms the nature of the night. The darkness is not empty, it is full of a nearness that needs no light to be real. full of a guardianship that requires no alarm to be alert. To be led into rest by this presence is to be shepherded by a love that knows the terrain of our fears and the contours of our exhaustion. The rest he gives is not merely the cessation of activity, but the deep, soul-level settling that comes from being utterly known and utterly safe. It is the rest of a child carried in strong arms, unaware of the path but certain of the holder. This rest does not depend on the absence of trouble. It flourishes in the midst of it, because the trouble is now framed within the context of companionship. The same presence that stood with Moses before the burning bush, that parted the Red Sea, that guided Israel by cloud and fire, now stands at the bedside, a silent, steady witness to the truth that we are never left to face the night alone. As the body relaxes into the mattress and the weight of the day begins to lift, this promise becomes a pillow for the spirit. The mind, so often a whirlwind of unresolved thoughts, can release its grip. There is no need to mentally rehearse tomorrow's challenges or revisit yesterday's regrets. The presence that goes with us into sleep also goes before us into the dawn. The rhythm of breathing slows. The tension in the shoulders eases, not because all problems are solved, but because all burdens are shared. This is the rest that God gives, a transfer of weight from our shoulders to His, a conscious leaning into the certainty that we are held. The night may hold its uncertainties, the strange sounds, the sudden wakefulness, the fragments of dreams that linger like morning mist, but they are now held within the larger certainty of His presence. He does not promise a dreamless sleep or a trouble-free night. He promises Himself. And in that promise, even the disturbances become part of the journey, filtered through the lens of a love that never leaves. To sleep is to practice this trust, to close the eyes not in defiance of reality, but in surrender to a greater one. The presence that goes with us is the same presence that raised Christ from the dead, that calmed the storm, that shut the lions' mouths. It is more than enough for the quiet hours of the night. And so, as the world outside grows still and the inner world begins to soften, the soul can anchor itself in this ancient vow. His presence will go with you, into the deepest sleep, into the most vivid dream, into the momentary wakefulness that feels like loneliness. He is there. His rest will find you. It will seep into the places tiredness cannot reach, calming the spirit, quieting the heart, renewing the inner being for the day to come. The night is not a void to be endured, but a sanctuary to be entered, hand in hand with the one who gives rest its name and meaning. In His presence, even sleep becomes an act of worship, a yielding to the love that watches, keeps, and never lets go. In the shifting sands of human uncertainty, where fears rise like sudden storms and the ground of confidence often gives way beneath the weight of worry, there stands a truth as ancient as the hills and as solid as the foundations of the earth. The Lord is my rock, my fortress and my deliverer. My God is my rock, in whom I take refuge. These words from Psalm 18:2 are not a metaphor of convenience, but a declaration of ultimate stability, a confession that in a world of flux, there is one who does not change, whose strength is not diminished by time or trouble, whose presence is a citadel for the soul in need of sanctuary. A rock is not moved by the wind or worn smooth by the passing of shallow streams. It endures, its bulk a silent testimony to permanence in the midst of change, its strength a quiet rebuke to the fragility of human effort. To call the Lord a rock is to acknowledge that He is the fixed point in the universe, the unmoved mover, the center around which all else orbits. He is not a temporary shelter, a tent pitched for a season, but a fortress carved from the very bedrock of eternity, a stronghold whose walls cannot be breached, whose gates defy the assaults of fear, whose foundations are laid in the unshakable character of God Himself. This rock is not a cold, impersonal mass, it is a personal refuge. My rock, the psalmist says, making the vastness intimate, the general specific. It is the place where the individual soul, trembling in the face of its own vulnerability, can hide and be safe. The night, with its unique power to amplify anxiety, becomes the very context in which this truth shines most brightly. When the body lies passive and the mind unguarded, when the noises of the house take on ominous tones and the silence itself feels heavy with threat, the rock remains steady, sure, impervious to the tremors of imagination or the earthquakes of circumstance. In the fortress of His presence, there is room to breathe, to release the clenched fist vigilance that so often characterizes the approach to sleep. The soul can lean into this solidity, allowing the weight of word to be absorbed by the weight of glory, the fever of fear to be cooled by the deep, abiding calm of a love that needs no proof to be real. Here, in this refuge, the heart finds its true rest, not because the battle is over, but because the outcome is secured by a defender whose strength will never fail. As the body settles into the vulnerability of the mattress, the mind can release its grip on the need to control, to plan, to anticipate every possible danger. The same God who was a rock for David in the wilderness, a fortress for Daniel in the den, a stronghold for Elijah on the mountain, now offers His immovable presence to the weary heart preparing for sleep. The darkness is not empty. It is full of a solidity that can be leaned upon, a faithfulness that can be trusted, a strength that never tires. To sleep is to practice this trust, to close the eyes not in ignorance of danger, but in confidence of the protector. The rock does not disappear when consciousness recedes. It stands guard through the night, a silent sentinel over the soul's rest. The same hands that carved the canyons and lifted the mountains now cradle the head of the sleeper, offering a pillow more secure than any down, a peace more certain than any dream. In the fortress of His care, the night becomes not a trial to be endured, but a gift to be received, a deep, unhurried rest in the shadow of the rock that is higher than all our fears. The boat creaked and groaned, a wooden beast straining against the fury of the wind and the relentless assault of the waves. Water sloshed over the sides, cold and invasive, soaking the disciples' robes and chilling them to the bone. Their voices, usually bold with conviction, now cracked with raw, unchecked fear as they fought to bail out the rising flood, muscles burning with the effort. The storm had come upon them without warning, transforming the placid Sea of Galilee into a churning abyss, a chaos that mirrored the turmoil in their own hearts. Their eyes, wide with panic, kept darting to the stern, to the one place where peace seemed not only possible but palpably present. There, on a cushion, Jesus slept. His rest was not the shallow, fitful dozing of exhaustion, but a deep, profound surrender to slumber. His breathing remained even, his features relaxed, as if the howling wind were a lullaby and the pitching deck a rocking cradle. To the disciples, it felt like a scandal, a peaceful defiance that bordered on neglect. How could He sleep? Did He not care that they were perishing? The question hung in the salt-soaked air, thick with betrayal and terror. They saw only the storm, the water rising around their ankles, the wind stealing the breath from their lungs. They did not see that His sleep was the most powerful sermon He would ever preach, a silent testament to a trust so complete it could rest even when the world fell apart. His peace was not born of ignorance, but of intimacy. He knew the waves, for he had formed them. He knew the wind, for he had set its boundaries. His rest was not an escape from reality, but an immersion in a deeper one, the reality of a Father's care that held the universe in its hands. In the midst of the chaos, Jesus embodied the very peace he offered, a living demonstration that true rest is found not in the absence of trouble, but in the presence of God. His sleeping form was a quiet rebuke to their frenzy, a visual parable of the soul that has learned to cease striving and know. The disciples, in their terror, had forgotten who was in the boat with them. They saw the storm and assumed it was stronger than the Savior. But Jesus, in his rest, knew the truth, that the storm was a temporary disturbance in a world held firmly by eternal hands. His sleep was an act of faith, a yielding to the certainty that the same voice that commanded the cosmos into being could certainly command the calm. He did not need to be awake to be in control. His trust was his authority. For those who lie awake in the night, hearts churning with inner tempests, the anxieties that rage, the regrets that crash like waves, the fears that threaten to swamp the soul, the image of Jesus sleeping in the storm offers a transformative model. His rest invites us to reconsider our own posture in the face of chaos. It is permissible to feel the storm, to acknowledge its power and its terror. But it is also possible to rest in the midst of it, not because we are strong enough to calm it, but because we are held by one who is. His sleep reminds us that our value is not measured by our vigilance, but by his faithfulness. As the body settles into the vulnerability of the bed, the spirit can take courage from this silent lesson. The same Jesus who slept through the Galilean tempest now intercedes for us, his rest a shield against our fears. To close our eyes is not to ignore the storm, but to trust the captain of the boat. The night may be loud with worry, but his peace is louder still, a deep, resonant calm that whispers to the soul, "You are not alone, and you are not in charge. Rest, for I am here." And in that knowing, even the fiercest inner storm begins to lose its power, yielding to a peace that sleeps on cushions, undisturbed. In the deep and silent hours when the world seems to hold its breath, when the mind's own shadows stretch longer than those cast by the moon, a promise rises from the ancient text with the gentle force of a coming dawn. "Do not fear, for I am with you. Do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you and help you. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand." These words from Isaiah 41:10 are not a distant hope, but a present reality, a divine whisper that cuts through the noise of anxiety like a clear bell in a hollow night. They do not deny the existence of fear, they simply overwhelm it with a greater truth, the unwavering, ever-present nearness of God. The command is repeated, layered, like a soothing melody played again and again until it sinks into the very marrow of the soul. Do not fear. It is not a rebuke for feeling afraid, but an invitation to transfer the weight of that fear onto shoulders broad enough to carry it. "For I am with you." This is the heart of the promise, the unshakable foundation upon which all other assurances rest. His presence is not conditional upon our courage or our clarity. It is the constant state of a God who chooses to accompany his children through every shadowed valley, every silent room, every tumultuous thought. "I will strengthen you." The promise is active, personal. It does not suggest that we must find strength within ourselves, but that he will become our strength, infusing weary limbs with resilience, fortifying trembling hearts with a courage not their own, and help you. The help is not generic, It is tailored to the specific need of the moment, the help that calms a racing mind, that stills a churning stomach, that whispers peace to a spirit taut with tension. I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. The imagery is one of intimate support, a hand beneath the elbow preventing a stumble, a grip that will not loosen even when our own hold fails. In the quiet of the night, these words become a litany against the dark, a rhythmic repetition that gradually stills the soul's tremors. Each phrase is a stone in a cairn of comfort, built one upon the other until they form a shelter against the wind of worry. The mind, so often a theater of what-ifs, can focus on this refrain instead. I am with you. I will strengthen you. I will help you. I will uphold you. The promises do not change the circumstances, but they change the heart's relationship to them, framing the night not as a void to be feared, but as a canvas upon which God's faithfulness is displayed. As the body yields to the pull of sleep, this truth becomes a blanket of grace. The same God who spoke these words to Isaiah centuries ago now speaks them into the stillness of the room, into the quiet of the heart. His presence is as real as the pillow beneath the head, His strength as tangible as the rhythm of the breath. The fears that once seemed monolithic now shrink in the light of His promise. The uncertainties that loomed large now find their place in the shadow of His certainty. To sleep is to act on this belief, to close the eyes not in defiance of fear, but in trust of the presence that dispels it. The night may be long, but His companionship is longer. The dark may be deep, but His promise is deeper still. And in that certainty, the soul finds the courage to release its grip, to rest its weight, to be held. For He is with us. He strengthens us. He helps us. He upholds us. And that is enough for the quiet hours, enough for the breaking dawn, enough for all the nights to come. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given, and the government will be on His shoulders. And He will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. Of the increase of His government and peace there will be no end. He will reign on David's throne and over His kingdom, establishing and upholding it with justice and righteousness from that time on and forever. The zeal of the Lord Almighty will accomplish this. The words from Isaiah 9:6-7 shimmered in the quiet air, each syllable a jewel in the crown of God's promises, each phrase a foundation stone in the architecture of eternal hope. They spoke of a peace not contingent on treaties or temporal powers, but rooted in the very character of a king whose reign would know no sunset, whose authority would admit no challenge. This was the prophecy of the Prince of Peace, a title that encompassed not merely the absence of conflict, but the presence of a wholeness so profound it would heal the fractures of the world and the fissures of the human heart. His peace would be unlike any the world could offer or understand. It would not be negotiated in palaces or enforced by armies. It would be established in a manger, ratified on a cross, and confirmed by an empty tomb. The government would indeed be upon His shoulders, not the cumbersome bureaucracy of human institutions, but the gracious personal rule of a shepherd king who would bear the weight of every worry, every sin, every sorrow Himself. His reign would be one of justice and righteousness, a perfect alignment with the Father's will that would flow like a river through the dry places of injustice and oppression, bringing life wherever it went. The increase of His government and peace would know no end. There would be no diminishing, no recession, no threat of overthrow. His kingdom would expand not by conquest but by conversion, not by force but by love, winning hearts one by one until every knee bowed and every tongue confessed that He is Lord. This endless peace would be the birthright of all who called upon His name, a deep, abiding calm that persisted through the storms of circumstance because it was anchored in the eternal, unshakable throne of God. As night settled over the world, this truth became a blanket of comfort for the soul. The same Prince of Peace who would one day rule the nations with a rod of iron, now ruled the hearts of His people with a scepter of grace. His peace was not a distant dream for a future age. It was a present reality, a foretaste of the kingdom come, available to all who would surrender their own frantic attempts at governance and rest in His. In the quiet of the evening, when the mind replayed the day's injustices and the heart ached for a world made right, the promise of His peaceful reign offered a solace that went deeper than understanding. He was the wonderful counselor, whose wisdom could untangle the knotted threads of anxiety, the mighty God, whose strength could carry the weight of every fear, the everlasting Father, whose love would never weary or wane, and the Prince of Peace, whose presence could calm the most turbulent soul. To lean into His reign was to exchange the chaos of self-rule for the serenity of His sovereignty, to trade the poverty of worry for the riches of His care. As the body yielded to sleep, the spirit could rest in the certainty of this coming kingdom. The night, with its temporary darkness, was but a prelude to the dawn that would never end, a dawn where peace would flow like a river and righteousness like a never-failing stream. The zeal of the Lord Almighty would accomplish it. No power of hell, no scheme of man could thwart this divine determination. And so, the heart could close its eyes, not in escape from the world's turmoil, but in hope of the Prince's return, in the quiet confidence that the same God who promised a peace without end was watching over this night, and that in His hands, even our sleep became a participation in His eternal rest. The road back to Bethlehem was a path etched not in miles, but in grief. Each step Naomi took away from Moab felt like a shedding, a slow peeling away of the life she had built in a land that had become a graveyard for her hopes. The winds that swept across the arid plains carried not only dust, but the echoes of loss, the laughter of her sons now silenced, the sturdy presence of her husband, now a memory buried under foreign soil. She was a woman hollowed out by sorrow, her heart a brittle vessel that threatened to shatter with every recollection. The name Naomi, which once meant pleasant, now tasted like ash on her tongue. She had asked the women of her hometown to call her Mara, bitter, for she believed the Almighty had dealt bitterly with her, emptying her hands of all that had once made life sweet. Yet she was not entirely alone. Walking beside her, a silent, steadfast presence, was Ruth, her Moabite daughter-in-law, a living reminder of the life she had left behind, and yet an unexpected anchor in the storm of her despair. Ruth's loyalty was a mystery to Naomi, a stubborn grace that refused to be severed by death or distance. Where you go, I will go, and where you stay, I will stay. Your people will be my people, and your God my God. These words, spoken with a quiet ferocity that broke no argument, had been Ruth's vow. They now hung in the air between them, a covenant that felt both burdensome and beautiful to Naomi's wounded spirit. She saw in Ruth's eyes a determination that her own soul had lost, a flicker of hope where hers had been extinguished. The journey was long, and the weight of Naomi's bitterness was a heavier load than any pack she carried. She replayed the years in her mind, the famine that had driven them from Bethlehem to Moab, the years of struggle, the marriages of her sons to foreign women, and then the crushing blow of losing all three men she loved. She Bethlehem full, a wife and mother with a future stretching before her. She returned empty, a widow and a bereaved mother, with only the ghost of her former self and a foreign daughter for company. The God of her youth, the God of the covenant, felt distant, a stern judge who had turned his face away. Her prayers had become accusations, her faith a field salted by grief. But as the familiar hills of Judah rose on the horizon, something subtle began to shift within her. The very act of returning was a turning, a physical movement that mirrored a reluctant turning of the heart. She was going back to the land of promise, to the people of the promise, even if the promise felt broken. The barley harvest was beginning, and the air carried the scent of cut grain and fertile earth, a smell of provision, of cycles continuing despite personal tragedy. The world had not stopped for her grief. Life was pushing up through the soil, stubborn and green. Ruth's presence was a constant, gentle pressure against the walls of Naomi's bitterness. The younger woman did not try to argue Naomi out of her pain. She simply walked beside her, her own grief held with a quiet dignity. In Ruth's steadfastness, Naomi began to sense a reflection of a faithfulness greater than her own, a faithfulness that had not abandoned her even when she felt abandoned. The God of Israel, the God she had accused of dealing bitterly with her, was the same God who had ordained that the barley harvest would be ready upon their return. It was a small thing, a practical detail, but in the economy of heaven, small things often herald great mercies. Naomi did not yet feel hope, but the journey itself, the putting of one foot in front of the other toward home, was an act of faith she did not know she possessed. She was moving from the place of her mourning toward the possibility of rest, not the rest of answered questions or the absence of pain, but the rest of being known, of being in the place where God's people called on His name. The bitterness was still there, a familiar companion, but it was no longer the only voice in her soul. A quieter, older voice was whispering of a God who sees the afflicted, who hears the cry of the barren, who makes a way in the wilderness. The road to rest, she was slowly beginning to understand, often leads through the valley of grief, but it does not end there. And she was not walking it alone. The barley fields of Bethlehem stretched out like a sea of gold under the wide open sky, their ripe heads swaying in the gentle breeze that carried the scent of earth and harvest. For Ruth, the Moabitess, it was a foreign landscape, yet one that felt strangely like a promise. Naomi's bitterness had not fully lifted, but the practical need for sustenance had driven them both to the edge of these fields, where the law of gleaning offered a fragile thread of hope. The poor and the foreigner were permitted to follow the harvesters, gathering what was left behind, a provision woven into the very fabric of Israel's covenant with God. It was a mercy Ruth clung to as she stepped into the unknown, her heart a mixture of trepidation and determination. She moved with a quiet grace among the sheaves, her hands quick and sure, her eyes downcast in a humility born not of shame, but of reverence for this new life she had chosen. The sun beat down upon her back, and the sweat beaded on her brow, but she did not complain. Each handful of grain was a small victory, a tangible assurance that God had not abandoned them. Unknowingly, she found herself in the field of Boaz, a man of standing and substance, a relative of Naomi's late husband. His presence was like a steady oak in the midst of the bustling workers, a man whose authority was tempered with a kindness that seemed to radiate from him. Boaz noticed her almost immediately. There was something about her, the quiet diligence, the unfamiliar features that marked her as an outsider, the way she worked without pause, as if each stalk were a prayer. He inquired of his foreman, and the story that came back was one of loyalty and sacrifice. The Moabite woman who had left her homeland to care for Naomi, who had embraced a people and a God not her own. Boaz's heart was stirred not by pity alone, but by a deep respect. He approached her, his voice gentle, his words a balm to her weary spirit. "My daughter, listen to me. Don't go and glean in another field. Stay here with my servant girls. I have told the men not to lay a hand on you. Whenever you are thirsty, go and get a drink from the water jars the men have filled." Ruth looked up, her eyes wide with surprise and gratitude. She fell face down, bowing to the ground, her voice trembling with emotion. "Why have I found such favor in your eyes that you notice me, a foreigner?" Boaz's reply was filled with a warmth that felt like sunlight after a long winter. "I've been told all about what you have done for your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and your homeland and came to live with a people you did not know before. May the Lord repay you for what you have done. May you be richly rewarded by the Lord, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to take refuge." The words washed over her like a blessing, each syllable a confirmation that she was seen, she was known, she was not alone. "Under whose wings you have come to take refuge." The imagery was one of profound safety, of a divine protection that was both fierce and tender. Ruth felt the truth of it settle into her bones. She had taken refuge not only in the God of Israel, but in the community he ordained, and now in the kindness of this man who was both Redeemer and refuge. At mealtime, Boaz invited her to eat with the harvesters, offering her bread dipped in wine and roasted grain. She ate until she was satisfied, and there was even some left over. It was more than nourishment, it was an experience of abundance in the midst of lack, a foretaste of the provision that was to come. When she returned to gleaning, Boaz instructed his men to pull out some stalks from the bundles and leave them for her, a deliberate generosity that went beyond the requirements of the law. As the sun began to set, Ruth beat out what she had gathered, an ephah of barley, a significant amount, more than enough for her and Naomi for days. She carried it back to the city, her steps light with a hope she had not felt since leaving Moab. When she showed Naomi what she had brought and told her of Boaz's kindness, the older woman's eyes, long dulled by grief, began to glimmer with something akin to recognition. "The Lord bless him," Naomi exclaimed, her voice trembling with an emotion she had almost forgotten. "He has not stopped showing his kindness to the living and the dead. That man is our close relative. He is one of our kinsmen redeemers." The word hung in the air between them, charged with ancient meaning and new possibility. A kinsman redeemer, one who had the right and responsibility to redeem the land and lineage of a deceased relative, to provide protection and perpetuation of the family name. For Naomi, it was as if a door had opened in a wall she thought was solid. The bitterness that had defined her began to crack, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the darkness. God had not forgotten. His kindness was weaving a tapestry of redemption through the threads of their brokenness, using the loyalty of a Moabite woman and the integrity of a man of Bethlehem. That night, as they prepared for sleep, the air in their small dwelling felt different. The weight of despair had lifted, if only slightly, replaced by the delicate, tentative fragrance of hope. Ruth lay down with a heart full of gratitude, her body tired from the day's labor, but her spirit buoyed by the certainty that she was under the wings of a God who provided, who saw, who orchestrated kindness through the hands of his people. Naomi, for the first time in years, did not pray out of bitterness, but out of a budding trust. The road to rest was becoming clearer, not as an absence of struggle, but as the presence of a faithful God who was working even in the fields of their hardship. The night was no longer a blanket of fear, but a covering of promise, and in the quiet, they both began to believe that rest was not just a memory, but a future waiting to be claimed. The days that followed were woven with a new and delicate thread of hope. Ruth continued to glean in the fields of Boaz, her presence now a welcomed and protected constant amidst the swaying barley. Each evening, she returned to Naomi with not only grain, but with stories of the landowner's kindness, how he ensured her safety, how he provided water from his own jars, how he instructed his workers to leave extra sheaves in her path. Naomi, whose heart had been a sealed tomb of grief, felt the stone of her bitterness slowly roll away. The God she had accused of dealing bitterly with her was now revealing himself as the God of unexpected kindness, writing a story of redemption with hands she had thought were clenched in judgment. It was Naomi who, with the shrewdness born of age and a rekindled spark of faith, recognized the opportunity woven into the fabric of their circumstances. The harvest was ending, and with it, the daily structure of gleaning. The time had come to act, to step into the role that kinship and law provided. She instructed Ruth with a clarity that had long been absent from her voice, outlining a plan that was both bold and proper, appealed to Boaz as kinsman redeemer, not through words of pleading, but through a posture of humility and trust. Ruth listened, her own heart a mixture of trepidation and resolve, and agreed to do all that her mother-in-law said. The threshing floor that night was a place of sacred industry, where the winnowing wind separated wheat from chaff under a canopy of stars. Boaz, satisfied with the day's work and the abundance of the harvest, had lain down to sleep near the grain piles, his body weary, but his mind at peace. Into this quiet, Ruth came, her steps silent on the packed earth. She did not speak, but followed Naomi's instructions precisely, uncovering his feet and lying down. It was an act of profound vulnerability and trust, a symbolic appeal for the covering and protection only a redeemer could provide. When Boaz stirred in the middle of the night and discovered her there, his question was not one of alarm, but of gentle recognition. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice low in the hushed dark. Ruth's reply was a perfect echo of the covenant she had made with Naomi on the road to Bethlehem, now expanded to include him. "I am your servant, Ruth. Spread the corner of your garment over me, since you are a kinsman redeemer." The request was breathtaking in its simplicity and its depth. She was asking for more than marriage. She was asking for redemption, for a place in the story of God's people, for the rest that comes from being fully known and fully claimed. Boaz's response was immediate and full of blessing. "The Lord bless you, my daughter. This kindness is greater than that which you showed earlier. You have not run after the younger men, whether rich or poor. And now, my daughter, don't be afraid. I will do for you all you ask." He praised her character, her loyalty, her virtue, and he promised to act as redeemer, with one caveat. There was a relative closer than he, who had the first right of redemption. But Boaz assured her, with a solemn oath, that if that man would not redeem her, he himself would, as surely as the Lord lived. He provided for her safety and her dignity, sending her away before the light could expose her to gossip, and filling her cloak with 6 measures of barley, a generous gift that was both practical provision and a pledge of his intent. When Ruth returned to Naomi and recounted all that had happened, the older woman's faith, so long dormant, surged into full bloom. "Wait, my daughter," she said, her voice firm with a certainty that had been forged in the fires of waiting, "until you find out how the matter matter turns out, for the man will not rest until the matter is settled today. And Boaz did not rest. He went immediately to the town gate, the place of business and legal transaction, and confronted the nearer relative. The exchange was public and formal, a negotiation over the right to redeem Elimelech's land. The relative was initially willing, until Boaz revealed the full cost of redemption. Acquiring the land meant also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, to maintain the name of the dead with his property. At this, the man withdrew, unwilling to jeopardize his own estate. The way was clear. Before the elders and all the people, Boaz declared his intent to redeem the land and to take Ruth as his wife, to perpetuate the name of the dead upon his inheritance. The people and the elders blessed him, their words a prophetic echo of the promise given to Abraham. May the Lord make the woman who is coming into your home like Rachel and Leah, who together built up the house of Israel. May you have standing in Ephrathah and be famous in Bethlehem. Through the offspring the Lord gives you by this young woman, may your family be like that of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah. The covenant was renewed, not in the abstract, but in the intimate, personal act of a man and a woman stepping into the story of redemption. So Boaz took Ruth, and she became his wife. The Lord enabled her to conceive, and she gave birth to a son. The women said to Naomi, "Praise be to the Lord, who this day has not left you without a kinsman redeemer. May he become famous throughout Israel. He will renew your life and sustain you in your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you and who is better to you than 7 sons, has given him birth." Then Naomi took the child in her arms, laid him in her lap, and became his caregiver. The women living there said, "Naomi has a son," and they named him Obed. The birth of Obed was more than a personal joy. It was a restoration that rippled through generations. He was the father of Jesse, the father of David. The thread of redemption, woven through the loyalty of a Moabite widow and the integrity of a man of Bethlehem, was now firmly stitched into the lineage of the Messiah. The rest that Naomi and Ruth found was not merely the cessation of toil or the absence of hunger. It was the deep, soul-satisfying rest that comes when chaos is ordered into covenant, when bitterness is transformed into blessing, and when human faithfulness meets divine providence. After the long winter of hardship, spring had come. The emptiness was filled, the bitterness sweetened, and the God of the covenant had shown himself to be a restorer of ruins and a redeemer of stories. In the quiet of their home, with the soft breath of a promised child filling the air, Naomi and Ruth found the rest that follows hardship, a rest built not on the absence of pain, but on the presence of a faithful God. The words return now, not as a distant echo, but as a lived reality, a truth worn smooth by the relentless flow of grace and the quiet accumulation of trust. I will lie down and sleep in peace, for you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. This declaration from Psalm 4:8, once a hopeful aspiration, now resonates with the depth of a heart that has journeyed through valleys and over mountains, through storms and still waters, and has found at every turn the same unwavering presence. The peace it speaks of is no longer a theory but a testimony, a rest that has been tested and proven in the laboratory of the night. To lie down in peace is to consciously choose surrender over control, to release the illusion that safety is something we can manufacture through vigilance or worry. It is an act of faith that transforms the bed into an altar and the darkness into a sanctuary. This peace is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of a certainty that transcends it, a deep, cellular knowing that the same God who held Daniel in the lion's den who calmed the storm with a word, who provided for Elijah under the broom tree, now holds this moment, this breath, this vulnerable surrender into sleep. He alone makes us dwell in safety, not because the world is harmless, but because his guardianship is complete. The layers of meditation now run deep, like underground streams feeding a well of calm. This peace is rooted in the character of God, not in the circumstances of life. It is a gift that requires only open hands to receive, hands that have finally uncurled from the fists of striving and fear. The soul, once a restless wanderer, has learned to come home to this truth again and again, like a homing pigeon returning to its loft. Each night becomes a fresh opportunity to practice this homecoming, to reaffirm that safety is not a place to be reached, but a person to be trusted. As the body settles into the familiar contours of the mattress, the mind can release its grip on the day's unresolved threads. There is no need to tie them all tonight. They are safe in the hands of the one who weaves all things together for good. The rhythm of breathing slows, the tension in the shoulders eases, not because all problems are solved, but because all burdens are entrusted. This is the peace that guards the heart and mind, a sentinel more vigilant than any worry, more powerful than any fear. The darkness, once a canvas for anxiety, now becomes a theater for grace. The same voice that whispered to Elijah in the cave, that spoke peace to the storm, that promised rest to the weary, now whispers to the soul, "You are mine. You are safe. You can rest." To sleep is to lean into this whisper, to believe that the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps is watching over this night, and that his care is more certain than the dawn. In this certainty, the soul finds its true rest, not just for the body, but for the spirit that has learned to lie down in peace. There is a weariness that seeps beyond bone and muscle, a fatigue that settles in the spirit, a quiet, persistent ache that makes even the thought of rising again feel like an impossible weight. It is in this place of utter depletion, when the body feels heavy as stone and the soul feels thin as parchment, that the words of the psalmist drift into the silence like a lifeline. The Lord upholds all who fall and lifts up all who are bowed down. This promise from Psalm 145:14 is not for the strong and self-sufficient, but for those who have reached the end of their own strength, who feel the pull of gravity not just on their bodies, but on their hopes. To fall is not a failure here, it is a condition of grace. It is the acknowledgement that we are fragile, that our steps can falter, that our resilience has limits. And it is precisely in this yielding to our own humanity that God's upholding becomes most tangible. His support is not a distant, theoretical offer, it is an intimate, active engagement with our weariness. He does not watch from afar as we struggle to rise. He bends near, his hands beneath our elbows, his strength infused into our weakness. He lifts the bowed head, the slumped shoulders, the spirit weighted by disappointment or fear. His lifting is gentle, patient, attuned to the specific architecture of our exhaustion. The night often magnifies this sense of falling. In the dark, small worries can feel like precipices, and the body's tiredness can feel like a permanent state. But into this vulnerability, the promise speaks. He upholds. The verb is present, continuous. He is upholding even now, even when we cannot feel it, even when our only conscious experience is the falling itself. His support is not dependent on our perception. It is a fact of his character, as constant as the turning of the earth. To be upheld is to be held in a love that does not measure our worth by our productivity, our stability, or our ability to keep our feet. As the body prepares for sleep, this truth invites a profound release. There is no need to maintain a posture of strength to pretend that the bowing has not happened. We can surrender to the weariness, not as a defeat, but as an act of trust in the one who specializes in lifting the fallen. The same hands that shaped the mountains and scooped out the seas now cup the weary head, now steady the trembling heart. The same voice that called light from darkness now whispers, "Let go, I have you." This divine upholding transforms the very act of lying down. It is not a collapse into nothingness, but a leaning into a support that will not give way. The mattress becomes a tangible expression of his care, the pillow a symbol of his provision for rest. The mind, so often frantic to solve, to plan, to prevent the next fall, can finally still. There is no need to secure the future. It is already held in hands that are more than capable. The soul, bowed under the day's burdens, is invited to straighten, not by its own effort, but by the gentle, lifting pressure of grace. To sleep is to practice this upheld existence. In the vulnerability of unconsciousness, when control is utterly relinquished, we participate in the truth that we are carried. We do not hold ourselves together. He holds us. The fears of falling, of failing, of not being enough, lose their power in the face of this everlasting arms. The night may be long, but his upholding is longer. The weariness may be deep, but his strength is deeper still. And in that certainty, the soul finds a rest that goes beyond physical renewal, a rest that remembers we are dust and loves us all the more for it. We can close our eyes, not in fear of the fall, but in trust of the lifter. For he upholds all who fall, and he will not let us go. There is a quiet confidence that comes not from the absence of fear, but from the presence of a truth so deeply woven into the soul that it outshouts every whisper of dread. It is this confidence that the sage of Proverbs speaks into the stillness of the night. When you lie down, you will not be afraid. Your sleep will be sweet. These words from Proverbs 3:24 are not a casual promise, but the fruit of a life aligned with wisdom. A wisdom that begins with the fear of the Lord and ends in a rest so profound it feels like a foretaste of heaven itself. Wisdom's gift of sleep is not earned through flawless living or intellectual mastery, but through the daily, deliberate choice to trust in the Lord with all one's heart and lean not on one's own understanding. It is the soul's learned posture of surrender, a recognition that true security lies not in our ability to foresee every danger or solve every problem, but in the steadfast character of the one who holds the night in his hands. The wise heart does not ignore the realities of trouble. It simply places them within the larger context of God's sovereignty and goodness. This is the trust that disinfects fear, that drains the poison from anxiety and leaves behind a sweetness that permeates even our dreams. The sweetness of sleep described here is more than the mere cessation of wakefulness. It is a divine refreshment that reaches into the marrow of the spirit, a restorative balm that heals the fractures of the day and prepares the soul for the dawn to come. This sweetness is the natural result of a mind that has been steadfastly fixed on truth, a heart that has practiced the art of releasing its burdens into wiser hands. It is the sleep of the shepherd who knows the sheep are watched by the chief shepherd, of the child who rests because the parent is awake, of the weary traveler who has finally reached a home where the doors are locked by grace. As the body yields to the pull of the mattress and the mind begins to unclench its grip on the hours just past, this promise becomes a pillow for the spirit. The same wisdom that guided the choices of the day now stands sentinel over the night, assuring the soul that the God who gave wisdom also gives rest. The darkness is not a void to be feared, but a canvas upon which God's faithfulness is displayed in strokes of silence and peace. The rhythm of breathing slows, the pulse steadies, not because all is well in the world, but because all is well with the soul that has learned to trust in the Lord with all its heart. To lie down without fear is to participate in a wisdom older than time, a trust that has been modeled by saints and sages through the ages. It is to join Daniel in the den, Elijah under the broom tree, Jesus in the storm-tossed boat, not as a hero of faith, but as a humble believer who has discovered that the key to rest is not in controlling the night, but in entrusting it to the one who never sleeps. The gift of sleep from wisdom is the gift of surrender, the blessed acknowledgement that we are not God, and that this is the beginning of true peace. And so, as the stars take their watch and the world hushes its noise, the heart can close its eyes in sweet assurance. The fears that once prowled the edges of consciousness have been disarmed by trust. The worries that once tightened the chest have been loosened by the certainty of divine care. The night is long, but wisdom's gift is longer, a deep, abiding rest that knows no fear because it knows the giver of sleep. In this sweetness, the soul finds not just reprieve, but renewal, and awakens to the dawn with a gratitude that wisdom's path is one of peace. The shortest verse in all of Scripture holds within it an ocean of humanity, a raw, unvarnished glimpse into the heart of God made flesh. Jesus wept. 2 words that bridge the infinite gap between divinity and sorrow, between omnipotence and grief. The scene is a graveside, the air thick with the scent of mourning and the crushing weight of loss. Lazarus, beloved friend, has been dead 4 days, and the sisters Mary and Martha are swallowed by a grief so profound it seems to stain the very sunlight. Their tears are not quiet, they are the ragged, gasping sobs of those who have loved deeply and lost terribly. And Jesus, who knows he is about to call Lazarus from the tomb, who holds the keys to life and death in his hands, is deeply moved in spirit and troubled. He does not stand apart from the pain, offering platitudes from a safe distance. He steps into the epicenter of it. He sees Mary's tears, hears the wailing of the mourners, and his spirit is stirred by a holy agitation. The God who formed the universe from nothing now feels the full, crushing weight of its brokenness. His tears are not for Lazarus alone. They are for the relentless, grinding curse of death itself, for the separation and sorrow that sin has woven into the fabric of creation. He weeps for the pain in Mary's eyes, for the doubt in Martha's voice, for every heart that has ever ached at a graveside. In this moment, Jesus fully inhabits his humanity. He does not bypass the pain, he enters it. His tears are a sacred validation of every human sorrow, a divine acknowledgement that grief is real, that loss matters, that it is right and good to weep over what death has stolen. He shows that feeling the depth of sadness is not a failure of faith, but a part of what it means to be alive in a fallen world. The onlookers murmur, "See how he loved him." They recognize the love in the tears, but they cannot yet see the fuller truth, that this love is about to engage death in combat and emerge victorious. Yet, even in his weeping, there is an undercurrent of trust. The tears are not the end of the story. Between the sobs, there is a steady, unshakable connection to the Father. Jesus does not weep as one without hope. His grief is real, but it is held within the larger context of divine purpose and power. He has already told Martha, "Your brother will rise again." He knows what he is about to do. The tears are the honest expression of the present pain. The trust is the anchor in the eternal reality. He allows himself to feel the full force of the sorrow, yet he never loses his grip on the Father's hand. This is the profound model for every weary heart that lies down to sleep, burdened by the griefs of the day, the personal losses, the shared sorrows of a broken world, the quiet aches that have no name. Jesus gives permission to feel, to weep, to be troubled. It is okay to come to God with tears staining our cheeks, with a spirit that is deeply moved. He does not require us to hide our pain behind a facade of strength or a rehearsed theology. He invites our honesty, our raw humanity. But he also shows us where to place that pain, not in the void, but into the hands of the Father who is always listening, always caring, always working even when we cannot see it. As the body prepares for rest, the soul can follow this pattern, to acknowledge the weight, to feel the sadness, to weep if need be, and then to consciously rest in the trust that God is still sovereign, still good, still holding the world, and us, in his compassionate hands. The same Jesus who wept at Lazarus' tomb now intercedes for us, his humanity a bridge that carries our grief to the heart of the Father. To sleep is to practice the surrender, to close our eyes not in denial of the pain, but in trust of the one who collects every tear in his bottle and who promises that sorrow may last for the night, but joy comes in the morning. In the quiet we can weep, then trust, and find that even in our tears there is rest. The memory of the storm-tossed boat on the Galilee returns, not as a distant tale, but as a living truth etched into the soul's deepest recesses. The waves had raged, the wind had screamed, and fear had clenched the hearts of seasoned fishermen. But then, 3 words had cut through the chaos like a blade of light. Peace, be still. Now, in the quiet of the night, those same words echo with renewed power, not for wind and water, but for the tempests that brew within the human mind. This is the reprise of Christ's command, a divine intervention aimed not at external forces, but at the internal whirlpools of anxiety, regret, and unrest that so often disrupt the soul's rest. His words were not a suggestion, but a sovereign decree, spoken with the authority of the one who crafted the seas and set the boundaries of the deep. That same authority now speaks into the turbulence of thought, into the churning of what-ifs and if-onlys that so often surface when the world grows silent. Peace, be still, is an invitation to the mind to cease its striving, to release its grip on problems it cannot solve and futures it cannot control. It is a call to surrender the helm to the one who navigates the darkest nights with perfect clarity, whose voice can calm the most violent inner seas with a whisper. The peace that follows is not merely the absence of mental noise, but the presence of a profound stillness, a settling of the soul's waters into a glassy calm that reflects the face of God rather than the fractures of fear. This peace is not manufactured through positive thinking or forced relaxation. It is bestowed as a gift, the natural result of a heart that has heeded the command to be still and know. It is the peace that guarded Christ in the garden, that sustained him on the cross, that now stands available to every weary mind that turns to him in trust. In the darkness, when thoughts race like untamed stallions and worries multiply like stars in the moonless sky, this reprise becomes a mantra for the spirit. Each repetition of peace, be still, is not a magic incantation, but a deliberate act of alignment, a conscious choice to believe that the same voice that commanded the storm still commands the soul. The mind, so often a prisoner of its own patterns, is invited into a liberation that feels both sudden and gradual, a quieting that begins in the depths and rises to the surface, stilling the ripples of anxiety one by one. As the body lies in repose, the mind can practice this sacred stillness. The breath becomes a vehicle for the command, each inhale drawing in his peace, each exhale releasing the chaos. The same Christ who slept in the stern of the boat now rests in the heart of the believer, his presence a living testimony that peace is possible even amid the storm. The night may be filled with reasons to fear, but it is also filled with the one who says, "Peace, be still." And in that certainty, the soul finds a rest that goes beyond understanding, a calm that is not of this world, but of the one who made it. The darkness holds a secret known only to the trusting heart, that even as consciousness recedes and the world fades into silence, a divine work continues, relentless and sure, in the hidden places of the soul. It is in this sacred space of surrender that the words of Lamentations rise like a gentle tide, washing over the spirit with a promise as old as creation and as new as the coming dawn. Because of the Lord's great love, we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. These verses, penned in a context of profound grief and national ruin, transcend their origins to speak a universal truth, that God's renewing work is not limited to the daylight hours, but flourishes most powerfully in the fertile soil of rest. The night is not a pause in God's activity, it is a different kind of theater for his grace. While the body lies passive and the mind drifts in the currents of dreams, his faithfulness operates like a silent subterranean river, carving channels of healing through the bedrock of weariness, irrigating the parched places of the spirit with compassion that does not fail. This renewal is not earned or achieved, it is received as a gift, a daily miracle of mercy that arrives with the light but is prepared in the dark. The same hands that sculpt the mountains and number the stars also reshape the fragmented pieces of yesterday into the potential of tomorrow. Sleep becomes the altar upon which this exchange takes place, the surrender of exhaustion for energy, of anxiety for peace, of yesterday's failures for today's mercies. It is an act of trust that the world is held in capable hands, that problems are not abandoned but incubated in the womb of divine providence, and that the soul's restoration is a priority to the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps. In the vulnerability of closed eyes and stilled limbs, the spirit participates in a mystery, the nightly death and morning resurrection that mirrors the rhythm of the cosmos and the pattern of redemption itself. As the body yields to the pull of unconsciousness, the mind can release its grip on the need to understand how renewal happens. It is enough to know that it does, that the same God who designed the body to repair itself and rest, also designed the soul to be refreshed by his unchanging character. The fears that the night will change nothing, that tomorrow will merely be a repetition of today's struggles, are met with the quiet assurance that his compassions are new every morning, not because circumstances change, but because his faithfulness is a constant, creative force. The darkness, often feared as a time of stagnation, is revealed as a season of secret growth. Like a seed buried in the earth, the soul is not inactive in sleep, it is being prepared for breaking forth. The regrets of yesterday are composted into wisdom, the wounds of the day are salved by grace, the weariness that felt like a permanent state is gently unwound and rewoven into strength. All this happens not by human effort, but by the silent, steadfast operation of a love that never tires, a compassion that never fails. And so, as the stars keep their watch and the moon traces its silent arc, the heart can rest in this certainty: the night is not empty. It is full of the quiet, relentless work of a faithful God. The same voice that called light out of darkness is now calling forth new mercies from the depths of his love. To sleep is to cooperate with this renewal, to lie down in trust and rise in grace, to close the eyes on what has been and open them to what can be, because His faithfulness is great and His compassions are new every morning. In this truth, the soul finds not just rest, but anticipation, a quiet excitement for the dawn that will reveal what God has been doing in the dark. In the deepest quiet of the night, when the world has stilled and the soul feels its own fragility most acutely, there is a promise that rises like a fortress in the spirit, a truth as ancient as the Psalms and as intimate as a whispered secret. You are my hiding place. You will protect me from trouble and surround me with songs of deliverance. These words from Psalm 32:7 are not a metaphor of escape, but an invitation into a sanctuary of divine presence, a refuge where the soul can find safe, uninterrupted rest. The darkness, often a canvas for fear, becomes instead the very curtain that conceals this sacred hiding place, a space where God Himself becomes the shield against every disturbance, both seen and unseen. To be hidden in God is not to be removed from the realities of life, but to be enveloped within a reality greater than them. It is to be tucked into the cleft of the rock while the storms rage, to be covered by the shadow of His wings when the night feels too vast and too lonely. This hiding place is not a physical location, but a spiritual posture, a conscious retreat into the certainty of His care, a yielding to the truth that the same God who numbers the hairs on our head also numbers the stars, and His attention to both is equally perfect. Here, in this secret place, the noises of the world grow faint, the anxieties of the mind lose their sharp edges, and the soul discovers a peace that feels both profound and protected. The imagery is one of complete security. Trouble may swirl outside, but within this hiding place, it cannot penetrate. The songs of deliverance are not future anthems to be sung after rescue. They are present melodies that surround the soul even now, a harmonic assurance that deliverance is already at work in the unseen realms. These songs are the sound of God's faithfulness, a lullaby of love that quiets the heart's tremors and invites the spirit into a rest so deep it feels like a foretaste of eternity. In this place, sleep becomes more than a biological necessity. It becomes a spiritual act of trust, a lying down in the arms of the one who never slumbers. As the body settles into the vulnerability of the bed, the mind can release its grip on the need to monitor, to plan, to defend. There is no need to stand guard over one's own life. The hiding place is already secured by hands that shape the mountains and calm the seas. The same presence that shut the lions' mouths for Daniel, that stilled the storm for the disciples, that gave Elijah rest under the broom tree, now stands as a sentinel over this night, this room, this breath. The darkness is not empty. It is full of a guardianship that requires no light to be effective, a protection that operates in the silence with perfect efficiency. To sleep in this hiding place is to practice the art of surrender, to close the eyes not in ignorance of danger, but in confidence of the defender. The fears that once prowled the edges of consciousness are disarmed by the certainty of His presence. The worries that once tightened the chest are loosened by the songs of deliverance that hum beneath the noise of the night. The soul, once a restless wanderer, finds its home in this secret place, and in that homecoming, discovers a rest that is both safe and sweet. The night may be long, but the hiding place is longer. The dark may be deep, but the songs of deliverance are deeper still. And in that certainty, the spirit finds the courage to let go, to be still, to be hidden, and in the hiding, to be truly at peace. The years had woven themselves into the fabric of Isaac's life like threads of gold and silver, each one adding not weight, but luster to a soul that had learned the art of quiet trust. He had known contention in his youth, the struggle for wells and the sting of envy, but he had also discovered the wide spaces of God's provision, the peace of Rehoboth, where strife fell silent and the soul could drink deeply without fear. Now, in the fullness of time, he found himself in the gentle twilight of his days, a man who had outlived the turbulence of his earlier years to arrive at a shore of profound and settled calm. The scripture would later capture it in a phrase that felt less like an epitaph and more like a benediction. Isaac breathed his last and died, old and full of years. His was not merely a long life, but a completed one, a journey that had moved from the drama of mountaintop sacrifices and stolen blessings to the quiet rhythm of days spent in the land of his father, watching the seasons turn and the promises of God unfold in the lives of his sons. The strife between Jacob and Esau had once pierced his heart, but even that wound had been salved by time and the mysterious workings of providence. He had seen reconciliation, the tentative mending of fractured bonds, and the steady hand of God guiding what human hands had tangled. In his old age, Isaac carried no bitterness, no unresolved rage, only a deep, abiding sense that all had been, and would be, well. His eyes, once bright with the fire of youth, now held the soft glow of memory and acceptance. He could sit for hours in the doorway of his tent, feeling the sun warm his weathered skin, listening to the sounds of the camp, the laughter of grandchildren, the bleating of sheep, the distant murmur of servants going about their work. These were the melodies of a life fully lived, a symphony of ordinary moments that, taken together, sang of faithfulness. He had not been a perfect man. He had known favoritism, deception, and fear. But he had also known the God who meets imperfect people in their wildernesses and leads them to places of peace. The phrase, full of years, suggested more than mere longevity. It spoke of saturation, of a soul that had drunk deeply from the cup of life and found it sweet, even when it tasted of tears. Isaac's years were full because they were filled with the presence of the God who had once spared him on Moriah, who had guided him to Rehoboth, who had stayed with him through famine and feud. His rest was not the absence of struggle, but the presence of a peace that had been refined in the furnace of experience, a peace that understood that true safety lies not in the control of circumstances, but in the surrender to the one who holds them. As his strength waned and his breath grew shallow, there was no panic in his spirit, no desperate clinging to a life that was already complete. His death was not a rupture, but a culmination, the natural, graceful closing of a circle that had begun with the laughter of his birth and now ended with the sigh of a soul ready for home. He was gathered to his people, a phrase that evoked not an end, but a reunion, a joining of the great cloud of witnesses who had walked by faith and now rested in fulfillment. For those who lie down to sleep, Isaac's peaceful old age offers a vision of hope, that a life of trust, however imperfect, culminates not in chaos, but in calm. The struggles of the present moment, the anxieties that churn in the night, are but chapters in a longer story that ends in rest. The same God who guided Isaac to peaceful wells and sustained him through years of quiet waiting, now invites weary hearts to trust that their own stories are held in hands that measure time by grace, not by grief. To sleep is to practice this trust, to close one's eyes not in fear of the future, but in confidence that the one who brought Isaac to a full and peaceful end will faithfully bring us to our own. In that certainty, the soul finds a rest that is both sweet and assured, a foretaste of the rest that remains for the people of God. In the gentle descent toward sleep, when the mind begins to loosen its grip on the day's cares and the body softens into the waiting embrace of rest. A single sentence from the lips of Jesus floats through the silence like a feather on a still pond, a command that is also an invitation, a reassurance that is also a promise. Do not let your hearts be troubled. These words, spoken on the eve of his greatest suffering, carry a weight that transcends their simplicity. They do not deny the reality of trouble, but they reframe it within the context of a trust so profound it can calm the soul's deepest tremors. The heart, that tender organ of emotion and fear, is here given a choice: to be troubled by the visible or to be stilled by the invisible. He did not say, "There is no trouble," for he knew the world was full of it. Betrayal was hours away, death was on the horizon, and sorrow would soon pierce like a sword. Instead, he offered an alternative. Trust in God, trust also in me. The remedy for a troubled heart is not the removal of difficulty, but the relocation of trust. It is a conscious shifting of focus from the storm to the Savior, from the problem to the presence that holds it. This trust is not a passive resignation, but an active leaning, a willful decision to believe that the same hands that held the universe also hold this moment, this fear, this night. As the body settles into the mattress and the rhythms of the day begin to fade, this command becomes a gentle mantra for the spirit. Each worry, each nagging anxiety, each unresolved tension can be met with this divine directive: do not let your heart be troubled. It is permission to release the need to solve, to fix, to control, to lay down the burden of vigilance and take up the lighter yoke of trust. The heart, so often a prisoner of its own patterns of fear, is invited into a liberation that feels both sudden and gradual, a quieting that begins in the depths and rises to the surface, stilling the ripples of disquiet one by one. The night, with its unique capacity to amplify unease, becomes the very canvas upon which this trust is most beautifully displayed. In the darkness, when the eyes cannot see and the mind conjures shadows, the soul learns to see with a different vision, the vision of faith, which looks past the temporary to the eternal, past the trouble to the troubler of trouble. The same Jesus who spoke these words in the upper room now whispers them in the quiet of the bedroom, his voice a steady anchor in the drift toward sleep. He does not minimize the struggles, he simply places them within the larger narrative of his faithfulness. To release trouble before sleep is to participate in a sacred exchange, the worries of the day for the peace of Christ, the weight of care for the lightness of trust. It is to believe that the night is not a vacuum where fears multiply unchecked, but a sanctuary where God's guardianship operates with perfect precision. The same hands that calmed the storm on Galilee, that held Daniel in the den, that sustained Elijah under the broom tree, now hold the hours of darkness, and they are more than capable of holding our hearts as well. As sleep draws near, this truth becomes a blanket of grace. The breath deepens, the muscles relax, not because all is well in the world, but because all is well with the soul that has chosen to trust. The troubles have not vanished, but they have been entrusted, transferred from shoulders too weary to carry them to shoulders that bore the weight of the cross and emerged victorious. To close the eyes is to act on this belief, to surrender not to exhaustion alone, but to the love that watches over the weary. The night may be long, but his faithfulness is longer. The heart may be prone to trouble, but his peace is prouder still. And in that certainty, rest comes not as an escape, but as a homecoming, a returning to the truth that we are held, we are loved, and we can sleep, for he is awake. The night holds a quiet truth, one that hums beneath the noise of the day and surfaces in the stillness when the soul is most receptive. The Lord is good to all. He has compassion on all He has made. These words from Psalm 145:9 are not a selective promise, but a universal declaration, a testament to a goodness that spills beyond the boundaries of merit, beyond the limits of human understanding, reaching into every corner of creation with a tenderness that does not discriminate. This goodness is not earned. It is inherent in the character of God, as constant as the turning of the earth, and as personal as the rhythm of one's own breath. In the gentle descent toward sleep, this truth becomes a blanket of grace, wrapping the weary spirit in the assurance that the same God who guides the planets in their courses also tends to the smallest details of human need. His compassion is not reserved for the righteous or the remarkable. It falls like rain on the just and the unjust, a divine generosity that waters the deserts of despair and refreshes the gardens of joy with equal care. The gift of sleep itself is a profound expression of this goodness, a daily invitation to lay down the burden of consciousness and be cradled in the arms of unconsciousness, where the body repairs itself and the soul is met in the wordless places by a presence that needs no language to communicate love. The compassion of God is not a distant sentiment. It is an active, engaged tenderness that bends low to meet the needs of His creation. It is seen in the way the weary body is designed to find renewal and rest, in the way the mind is granted reprieve from its constant churning, in the way the spirit is allowed to drift into a space where worry loses its grip and trust takes root. This nightly surrender is not a sign of weakness, but a participation in the divine rhythm of work and rest, a yielding to the goodness that knows our frame and remembers we are dust. To sleep is to acknowledge that we are creatures, not creators, and that our well-being does not depend on our vigilance, but on His faithful care. As the body settles into the mattress and the world outside grows hushed, the soul can release its grip on the need to understand or control. The Lord is good to all. This includes the anxious heart, the grieving spirit, the lonely sleeper. His compassion does not waver with the time of day or the state of one's faith. It is as sure as the moon's path across the sky, as reliable as the tide's return to the shore. In the vulnerability of closed eyes and stilled limbs, this goodness feels most tangible. A nearness that does not frighten but comforts, a presence that does not demand but gives. The gift of sleep is a daily reminder that we are held in a compassion that does not sleep, a goodness that does not fail. It is an act of trust, a leaning into the certainty that the same God who numbers the hairs on our head also numbers the stars, and His care for both is equally intimate. The night may hold its unknowns, but it also holds this truth: the Lord is good to all. And in that goodness, the soul finds a rest that is both deep and sweet, a foretaste of the eternal rest that awaits in the heart of a God whose compassion never ends. In the sun-baked village of Shunem, where life moved to the rhythm of the seasons and the comings and goings of travelers along the dusty road, there lived a woman of quiet discernment. Her eyes, sharp with both kindness and perception, had often noticed a certain man of God who passed through their midst, Elisha, a prophet whose presence carried an aura of the divine, a stillness that seemed to quiet the very air around him. He was a man set apart, not by grand robes or loud proclamations, but by a depth of spirit that drew the weary and the seeking like a cool spring in a parched land. She watched him, season after season, and something stirred within her, not curiosity alone, but a holy prompting, a desire to create a space for this sacredness to linger. She spoke to her husband, her voice gentle but firm with conviction. Let's make a small room on the roof and put in it a bed and a table, a chair and a lamp for him. Then whenever he comes to us, he can stay there." The request was practical, born of a hospitable heart, but it was also profoundly spiritual. She was not merely offering shelter, she was building a sanctuary, a dedicated place where the prophet, and by extension, the God he served, could find rest. It was an act of faith woven into the very beams and walls, a tangible expression of the belief that making room for God's presence invites His peace to dwell within the ordinary spaces of life. The room was built with care, each detail considered. The bed was not a mere pallet, but a place of proper rest, a recognition that the body's weariness is worthy of attention. The table was for nourishment, the chair for contemplation, the lamp for light in the darkness, a trifecta of provision for the physical, mental, and spiritual needs of the traveler. This was no afterthought. It was a deliberate, loving preparation, a carving out of a quiet corner in a busy world specifically for the purpose of holy rest. When it was finished, it stood as a silent testament on the rooftop, a haven awaiting its guest. The next time Elisha came to Shunem, the woman did not press him with questions or seek a blessing. She simply said, "I know that you are a holy man of God. Please stay in the little room we have made for you." Her invitation was without agenda, her hospitality pure. She asked for nothing in return but the privilege of providing a place of peace. Elisha accepted, and in that simple room, with its bed and table and chair and lamp, he found more than shelter. He found a space where his soul could breathe, where the weight of his calling could be momentarily laid down, where he could simply be a man in the presence of God. His gratitude was deep, a wellspring of appreciation for this unexpected gift of peace. He desired to bless her in return, to honor the sacred space she had created. But the blessing he offered was not one of material wealth or solved problems. It was the gift of life itself, the promise of a son to a woman who had long been barren. The room she had built for peace became the conduit for a miracle, a testament that the act of making space for God's presence often unlocks His abundance in ways we cannot predict. For those seeking rest in the night, the Shunammite woman's story is a powerful metaphor. The peaceful room is not merely a physical space, it is an interior one, a chamber of the heart deliberately prepared for God's presence. It is the conscious decision to clear out the clutter of worry, to furnish the mind with truth, to light the lamp of faith, and to invite the Prince of Peace to dwell within. The body's rest is enhanced when the soul has first made room for its true rest giver. As the body lies down in the dark, the spirit can retreat into this inner sanctuary, this place built not by human hands but by surrendered trust. Here, in the quiet room of the heart, fear is not allowed entry, anxiety finds no chair, and the soul can lie down in the peace that comes from knowing the guest of honor is already present, already resting with us, already turning our simple offerings into places of miracle and grace. The world's peace is a fragile thing, a temporary truce negotiated on the shifting sands of circumstance, a quiet that is always one piece of bad news away from shattering. It is the silence that falls after the argument, the calm that follows the solved problem, the relief that comes when the danger passes, a peace that is reactive, contingent, and always at the mercy of the next storm. But the peace that Jesus gives is of another order entirely. It is not a cessation of conflict but a presence that persists within it, not the absence of trouble but a deep, river-like calm that flows through the very heart of it. Peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. I do not give to you as the world gives. This divine peace is not dependent on external conditions. It is rooted in the unchanging character of Christ himself. It is the peace that rested on him in the boat amid the howling wind, the peace that steadied him in the garden of anguish, the peace that held him on the cross when the world did its worst. This is the peace he bequeaths to his followers, not as a theory, but as a transferable reality, a legacy of the soul that can be drawn upon in the darkest hours. It is a peace that has already faced the abyss and emerged unshaken, a peace that knows the end of the story because it wrote the beginning. The world gives peace sparingly, conditionally, always with strings attached. It is earned through achievement, purchased through compromise, or stolen through denial. But Christ's peace is given freely, lavishly, without regard to merit or performance. It is not a reward for good behavior, but a gift for the weary, not a medal for the strong, but a mantle for the broken. It does not wait for the storm to pass. It walks on the water to meet us in the middle of it. This peace is not something we muster. It is something we receive, like a weary child collapsing into the arms of a parent who has been waiting all along. In the quiet of the night, this distinction becomes profoundly personal. The world's peace would require that all problems be solved before rest can come, that all fears be rationalized away, that all uncertainties be resolved. But Christ's peace invites us to rest even when the problems remain, to trust even when the fears linger, to sleep even when the future is unclear. His peace is not the absence of noise, but a melody that plays beneath it, a song of sovereignty that whispers, "I am here, and I am enough." This is the peace that guards the heart and mind, not by eliminating the battle, but by assuring us of the outcome. As the body yields to the pull of sleep, the soul can release its grip on the need to understand, to control, to secure. The same peace that calmed the storm on Galilee now calms the tempest within, not with a shout, but with a presence that needs no words. The darkness is not empty. It is full of a calm that has been tested and proven, a peace that has overcome the world. To receive this peace is to participate in the very rest of God, to lie down not because the night is safe, but because the Savior is near. And in that nearness, there is a rest that the world cannot give and cannot take away. This is His peace, and He gives it freely. In the deepest hush of the night, when the world has stilled to a whisper and the soul lies bare before the silence, there is a promise that descends like a gentle rain upon the parched places of the heart. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. In His love He will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing. These words from Zephaniah 3:17 are more than poetry. They are a divine lullaby, a sacred melody composed in the heart of God for the weary and the restless. They speak of a love so fierce it saves, so tender it delights, and so intimate it sings over the sleeping soul. The imagery is breathtaking in its tenderness. The mighty warrior, whose voice commands armies in calm storms, now lowers his battle cry to a love song. His delight is not a distant, abstract approval, but a personal, exuberant joy that finds its expression in melody. He rejoices over you, not over a collective humanity, but over the individual heart that turns to Him in trust. His singing is not for an audience. It is for the one who listens in the dark, for the child who needs to be quieted by the certainty of being cherished. This is the love that hushes fear, that stills anxiety, that wraps the soul in a blanket of belonging so profound that rest becomes not just possible, but inevitable. His love does not rebuke here, it reassures. It does not list failures, it celebrates presence. The same God who rightly convicts the wayward now comforts the weary, his voice shifting from the clarity of justice to the cadence of grace. In the vulnerability of sleep, when defenses are down and the heart is open, this singing feels almost audible, not to the ear, but to the spirit. It is the sound of feathers rustling in a divine nest, the rhythm of a heart beating in time with our own, the melody of a joy that requires no performance to be stirred. As the body settles into the mattress and the mind begins to release the day's residue, this promise becomes a pillow for the spirit. Each worry, each regret, each whispered fear is met not with a solution, but with a song. A love that sings over what it cannot immediately fix, that delights in what it has not yet perfected. The soul, so often a battlefield of conflicting emotions, is invited to simply be still and be sung to. The same voice that commanded the stars into being now croons over the child who struggles to rest, each note a testament to a love that will not let go. The darkness is not empty, it is full of this divine serenade. The same God who quieted the storm with a word now quiets the heart with a song. To sleep is to lean into this lullaby, to allow the body to be rocked by the rhythm of grace, the mind to be carried by the melody of mercy. The night may hold its uncertainties, but it also holds the certainty that the mighty warrior is also the gentle singer, and his love is the only quiet the soul will ever need. In that knowing, rest comes not as a surrender to exhaustion, but as a response to love, a deep, trusting sleep in the arms of the God who rejoices over you with singing. In the quiet vulnerability of the night, when the soul feels its own fragility most acutely, there is a truth that descends like a gentle mist, softening the edges of fear and self-reproach. As a father has compassion on his children, so the Lord has compassion on those who fear him, for he knows how we are formed, he remembers that we are dust. These words from Psalm 103:13-14 are not a reminder of weakness, but an affirmation of divine understanding, a love that does not demand what it knows we cannot give, but instead offers what we most deeply need, the gift of rest, woven into the very fabric of our being. The compassion of God is not a distant pity, but a near and intimate empathy. It is the heart of a parent who sees the exhaustion in a child's eyes and draws the covers up to their chin without a word of rebuke for the unfinished tasks or the misspent energy. He knows how we are formed, not as celestial beings who never weary, but as creatures of earth, shaped from the dust and destined to return to it. Our need for rest is not a design flaw or a spiritual failure. It is part of the intended rhythm, a holy echo of the seventh day when God himself rested, not from weariness, but to hallow the necessity of pause. He remembers that we are dust. This is not a condemnation, but a comfort. It means he understands the limits of our strength, the frailty of our focus, the way our bodies and minds unravel when pushed too long without reprieve. The same hands that sculpted Adam from the clay now cradle the weary head of the modern soul, applying a compassion that is both ancient and immediate. He does not scold the body for its tiredness or the mind for its wandering. He invites both into a surrender that is not defeat, but trust, a leaning into the truth that we are held by strength greater than our own. In the stillness of the evening, as the body seeks the horizontal relief of the mattress, this divine compassion becomes a tangible presence. The worries that often accompany the night, the sense of not having done enough, been enough, or planned enough, are met with a gentle rebuttal. He knows. He remembers. He understands. The pressure to perform, to achieve, to earn our rest, dissipates in the face of a love that gives rest freely, as a gift to the dust-formed ones he calls his own. This is the compassion that stilled the storm for the disciples, that provided bread for Elijah under the broom tree, that wept with Mary at the tomb of Lazarus, a compassion that enters into our weariness and offers not solutions, but solidarity. As the breath deepens and the world fades into the background, the soul can release its grip on the need to justify its rest. There is no need to plead or explain. The need itself is enough. The same God who numbered the stars also numbers the hairs on our head, and he knows the exact weight of the burdens we carry. His compassion does not always remove the burdens, but it always shares the load, transforming the act of sleep into an experience of being carried. The darkness is not a void of abandonment, but a sanctuary of understanding, a place where we are known, not for our productivity, but for our humanity. To sleep is to accept this compassion, to close the eyes not in resignation, but in reception. The night becomes a classroom where the soul learns the gentle lesson of its own limits and the boundless grace that meets them. The same voice that spoke the universe into being now whispers to the weary, "Rest, for I remember you are dust, and I love you still." In that certainty, the heart finds a peace that needs no defense, a rest that requires no apology. The Lord is compassionate, and in his compassion, we find the courage to lay down our striving and simply be held, known, and loved exactly as we are. The day's final light had bled into the horizon, leaving behind a sky brushed with the soft, lingering hues of violet and indigo. In the quiet that followed, as the world settled into the embrace of night, the soul faced its nightly threshold, a moment ripe for either the intrusion of the day's unresolved worries or the deliberate invitation of peace. It was here, in this tender space between wakefulness and rest, that the ancient call of the psalmist rose with gentle urgency. Enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise. Give thanks to him and praise his name. These words from Psalm 104 were not merely an instruction for communal worship, but a personal key to unlocking the heart's own sanctuary, a way to cross from the chaos of the day into the calm of God's presence. Thanksgiving was the password to peace, the deliberate act of recollection that shifted the soul's focus from what was lacking to what was given. It was not a denial of struggle or pain, but a reframing of reality within the larger context of grace. To enter his gates with thanksgiving was to consciously name the gifts, the breath in the lungs, the roof overhead, the kindness of a stranger, the comfort of a memory, each one a stone laid on the path to inner stillness. This gratitude did not need to be grandiose. It could be as simple as the warmth of the blankets, the rhythm of the heartbeat, the promise of dawn. Each acknowledgement was a step further into the courts of praise, where the noise of anxiety grew faint and the melody of God's faithfulness grew clear. Praise was the natural progression, the soul's response to recognized goodness. It was the silent or whispered affirmation that God was who he said he was: good, loving, and steadfast. In the dark, praise became a weapon against despair, a light that pierced the shadows of fear and regret. It did not change the circumstances, but it changed the heart's posture toward them, transforming the bed from a place of tossing and turning into an altar of surrender. To give thanks and praise was to actively participate in the truth that God was worthy of trust, even when the night felt long and the answers felt far. As the body relaxed into the waiting comfort of the mattress, the mind could engage in this sacred practice. The breath became a rhythm of gratitude, each inhale drawing in remembrance of a blessing, each exhale releasing a worry into the hands of the giver. The same God who had shepherded Israel through the wilderness who had calmed the storm with a word, who had provided manna in the desert, now provided the daily bread of moments worth thanking him for. The worries of tomorrow, the regrets of yesterday, lost their grip in the face of a gratitude that rooted the soul firmly in the present moment, a present held by God. The darkness, often a canvas for fear, became instead a tapestry of grace, woven with threads of remembered faithfulness. The same presence that had met Jacob at Bethel, that had whispered to Elijah in the cave, that had sung over Zephaniah's people, now met the thankful heart with a peace that felt both intimate and immense. To enter his gates with thanksgiving was to discover that the gates were always open, the welcome always warm, and the rest always available. The night was not a void to be endured, but a sanctuary to be entered with a grateful heart. And so, as the stars took their watch and the world hushed its noise, the soul could close its eyes in trust. The practice of thanksgiving was not a magic trick to erase trouble, but a way to see beyond it, to the God who ruled both day and night with equal care. In this posture of gratitude, sleep came not as an escape, but as a response to love, a deep, trusting rest in the arms of the one who delights in the thanks of his children. The night might be long, but his goodness was longer, and in that certainty, the heart found its true rest. There remains, then, a Sabbath rest for the people of God, for anyone who enters God's rest also rests from their works, just as God did from his. Let us therefore make every effort to enter that rest, so that no one will perish by following their example of disobedience. The words from Hebrews 4:9-11 settled into the quiet room like a long-awaited answer to a question the soul had been asking all its life. The earthly sleep that claimed the body each night was not merely a biological necessity, it was a whisper, a foreshadowing, a tangible echo of a deeper, more permanent rest promised to the people of God. This was not the rest of inactivity, but the rest of completion, the ceasing from the frantic, fruitless striving to earn what had already been freely given. It was the rest of the seventh day of creation, the rest of the finished work of the cross, the rest that awaited at the end of all journeys. The hope of eternal rest transformed the very nature of nightly sleep. Each descent into unconsciousness became a rehearsal, a small and temporary participation in the everlasting Sabbath that awaited. The body's weariness, the mind's fatigue, the spirit's longing for reprieve, all were reminders that this world was not the soul's final home, that a greater rest was coming, a rest that would not be interrupted by dawn or disturbance. The same God who had ordained rest at the dawn of creation now invited weary hearts to anticipate its fulfillment, to taste in the present the peace that would one day be permanent. This hope did not trivialize earthly struggles, but it placed them within an eternal context. The burdens that felt so heavy in the daylight hours were, in the grand scope of God's redemptive plan, momentary and light. The need for nightly sleep was a gentle, persistent tutor, teaching the soul to release its grip on self-sufficiency and to lean into the promise of a rest that could not be earned, only received. To lie down in trust was to proclaim a quiet faith in the God who had finished his work and now offered his rest as an inheritance. As the body yielded to the pull of the mattress, the spirit could embrace this hope. The darkness was not an end, but a threshold. The silence, not an emptiness, but a preparation. The same voice that had spoken the universe into existence now whispered of a rest that remained, a rest entered not by labor, but by faith. To sleep was to practice this faith, to close one's eyes not in defeat, but in anticipation of the dawn that would never end. In this certainty, the soul found a peace that surpassed the temporary relief of physical sleep, a hope that anchored it to an eternal Sabbath, where striving would cease and rest would be forever. The words return now, not as a distant echo, but as a lived reality, a truth worn smooth by the relentless flow of grace and the quiet accumulation of trust. I will lie down and sleep in peace, for you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety. This declaration from Psalm 4:8, once a hopeful aspiration, now resonates with the depth of a heart that has journeyed through valleys and over mountains, through storms and still waters, and has found at every turn the same unwavering presence. The peace it speaks of is no longer a theory but a testimony, a rest that has been tested and proven in the laboratory of the night. To lie down in peace is to consciously choose surrender over control, to release the illusion that safety is something we can manufacture through vigilance or worry. It is an act of faith that transforms the bed into an altar and the darkness into a sanctuary. This peace is not the absence of trouble, but the presence of a certainty that transcends it, a deep, cellular knowing that the same God who held Daniel in the lion's den, who calmed the storm with a word, who provided for Elijah under the broom tree, now holds this moment, this breath, this vulnerable surrender into sleep. He alone makes us dwell in safety, not because the world is harmless, but because his guardianship is complete. The layers of meditation now run deep, like underground streams feeding a well of calm. This peace is rooted in the character of God, not in the circumstances of life. It is a gift that requires only open hands to receive, hands that have finally uncurled from the fists of striving and fear. The soul, once a restless wanderer, has learned to come home to this truth again and again, like a homing pigeon returning to its loft. Each night becomes a fresh opportunity to practice this homecoming, to reaffirm that safety is not a place to be reached, but a person to be trusted. As the body settles into the familiar contours of the mattress, the mind can release its grip on the day's unresolved threads. There is no need to tie them all tonight. They are safe in the hands of the one who weaves all things together for good. The rhythm of breathing slows, the tension in the shoulders eases, not because all problems are solved, but because all burdens are entrusted. This is the peace that guards the heart and mind, a sentinel more vigilant than any worry, more powerful than any fear. The darkness, once a canvas for anxiety, now becomes a theater for grace. The same voice that whispered to Elijah in the cave, that spoke peace to the storm, that promised rest to the weary, now whispers to the soul, "You are mine. You are safe. You can rest." To sleep is to lean into this whisper, to believe that the one who neither slumbers nor sleeps is watching over this night, and that his care is more certain than the dawn. In this certainty, the soul finds its true rest, not just for the body, but for the spirit that has learned to lie down in peace. The rhythm of life is marked by transitions, the waking and the sleeping, the beginning and the end, the going out and the coming in. Each day unfolds as a series of thresholds, moments where one reality yields to another, often carrying with them the subtle undercurrent of anxiety that accompanies change. It is at these crossroads, especially the daily crossing into the vulnerable territory of sleep, that the ancient promise rises with the gentle force of a sure foundation. The Lord will keep your going out and your coming in from this time forth and forevermore. These words from Psalm 121:8 are not a casual benediction, but a covenant assurance, a declaration that every transition, no matter how small or significant, is held within the unwavering guardianship of God. He keeps the going out, the first step into the morning's unknowns, the venturing into a world of responsibilities and interactions, the courage required to engage with the day's demands. His keeping is not a distant supervision, but an intimate accompaniment, a presence that walks beside us through each task and encounter, ensuring that no step is taken outside the sphere of his care. And he keeps the coming in, the return to the sanctuary of home, the shedding of the day's accumulated weights, the gradual surrender of consciousness as the body seeks rest. This keeping is especially palpable in the evening, when fatigue lowers the defenses and the soul feels its need for refuge most acutely. The promise extends from this time forth and forevermore, bridging the gap between the temporal and the eternal, the nightly sleep and the everlasting rest. It is a keeping that does not expire with the setting sun or waver with the changing seasons. The same faithfulness that guarded the steps of the day now guards the descent into sleep, transforming the act of lying down from a vulnerability into an act of trust. The darkness is not a void where God's keeping ceases. It is the very context in which his vigilance becomes most tangible, a blanket of divine attention that covers the hours of unconsciousness with the same certainty as the hours of activity. As the body prepares for sleep, this truth invites a profound release. The mind, so often preoccupied with reviewing the day's goings out and anticipating the morning's comings in, can relinquish its role as gatekeeper. There is no need to mentally rehearse tomorrow's challenges or revisit yesterday's stumbles. The keeping is already assured. The rhythm of breathing slows, the muscles relax, not because all transitions are smooth, but because all transitions are supervised by a keeper who neither slumbers nor sleeps. His guardianship is the constant in the equation of change, the fixed point around which the variables of life orbit. The night becomes a classroom where the soul learns the art of entrusting its transitions to capable hands. The same God who kept Daniel in the lion's den, who guided Ruth from Moab to Bethlehem, who sustained Elijah through his flight and exhaustion, now keeps the simple, sacred movement from wakefulness to sleep. To close the eyes is to act on this belief, to surrender not to chaos, but to custody. The Lord keeps the coming in, and in that keeping, the soul finds a rest that is both deep and secure, a foretaste of the eternal keeping that awaits all who trust in him. The vine does not strive, it simply abides, rooted deep in the rich, dark soil, its tendrils clinging to the sturdy trellis, its life drawn not from its own effort, but from the silent, steady flow of sustenance that moves through it from root to branch. It does not fret over the fruit it will bear, or anguish over the leaves it will unfurl. It rests in the certainty of its connection, allowing the life of the vine to become its own. Into this quiet metaphor of existence, Jesus spoke words that would forever redefine the soul's relationship with effort and ease. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit by itself, unless it abides in the vine, neither can you, unless you abide in me. I am the vine, you are the branches. Whoever abides in me, and I in him, he it is that bears much fruit, for apart from me, you can do nothing. These words from John 15:4-5 are an invitation to cease striving, to release the white-knuckled grip on productivity and purpose, and to sink into the profound rest of simply remaining. To abide is not a passive resignation, but an act of trust, a conscious choice to stop trying to generate life from within, and instead to receive it from above. It is the soul's version of divine surrender, a letting go of the illusion of self-sufficiency and a leaning into the reality of divine dependency. The branch's only work is to stay connected, the rest is the vine's responsibility. In the quiet of the night, this truth becomes a balm for the weary spirit. The mind, so often a whirlwind of plans and performances, is invited to release its grip on the need to produce, to achieve, to justify its existence through output. The pressure to bear fruit, to be a better parent, a more efficient worker, a more disciplined believer, dissipates in the face of this gentle command, abide. The fruitfulness God desires is not manufactured through human effort, but manifested through divine connection. It is the natural overflow of a life that has learned to rest in the source of all life. As the body settles into the waiting embrace of the mattress, the soul can practice this abiding. Each breath becomes a reminder of dependence, the inhale a reception of grace, the exhale a release of self-reliance. The same hands that crafted the vine and the branch now hold the weary heart, inviting it to stop its straining and simply be held. The darkness is not a vacuum to be filled with anxiety, but a sanctuary to be filled with presence, the presence of the one who is the vine, the source, the beginning and the end of all true rest. To sleep is to embody this abiding, to surrender consciousness not as a defeat, but as an act of trust in the one who never sleeps. The branch does not stay awake to monitor its growth. It rests in the certainty that the vine is working through the night. So too, the soul can close its eyes, not in fear of what will be left undone, but in faith that the true work happens in the unseen places, in the deep connection between the believer and the beloved. The fruit will come, not because we worried it into being, but because we abided in the one who gives the increase. And so, as the stars keep their watch and the world hushes its noise, the heart can release its striving. The vine holds the branch, the Savior holds the soul. There is nothing to prove, nothing to earn, nothing to fear, only a deep, abiding rest in the love that will not let go. In this connection, sleep becomes more than reprieve. It becomes communion, a silent, sustained abiding in the vine who is our life, our peace, our rest. The night had drawn its deepest, quietest blanket over the world, and in that hallowed silence, the soul stood on the threshold of its final surrender to rest. All the whispers of Scripture, all the promises held close through the watches of the dark, now converged into one sacred, culminating breath, a blessing as ancient as the covenant and as fresh as the moment it was spoken. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. These words from Numbers 6:24-26, once entrusted to Aaron and his sons, now descended like a gentle mantle upon every weary heart preparing to sleep, a divine benediction that sealed the night with grace. This was no ordinary wish for pleasant dreams or temporary calm. This was the high priestly blessing, a threefold invocation of God's fullest favor, protection, and presence. The Lord bless you not with mere material abundance, but with the deep, soul-satisfying blessings of his nearness, the assurance that every good gift comes from his hand. And keep you a promise of vigilant guardianship through the vulnerable hours of unconsciousness, a keeping that required no lock or alarm, only trust in the keeper who never slumbered. The Lord make his face shine on you the warmth of divine approval, the light of his countenance that dispelled the shadows of guilt or fear, replacing them with the radiance of belovedness. And be gracious to you, the unmerited favor that covered every failure, every anxiety, every moment of faithlessness with the blanket of his compassion. The Lord turn his face toward you, the ultimate assurance of attention, the intimate gaze of a father who did not look away in disappointment but leaned in with affection, his focus undivided and unwavering. And give you peace not as the world gave, conditionally and transiently, but as he gave, deeply, permanently, shalom, wholeness, completeness, the harmonious settling of every part of the soul into its intended rest in him. This was the peace that had calmed the storm, that had shut the lions' mouths, that had sustained Elijah under the broom tree and Jesus in the garden. It was the peace that passed understanding, that guarded hearts and minds, that flowed like a river and sang lullabies in the dark. As the body yielded fully to the mattress, releasing the final tensions of the day, this blessing settled over the spirit like a gentle, weightless cloak. Each phrase was a stone in the cairn of comfort built through the long journey of the night, a journey through psalms and promises, through gardens and storms, through whispers and wonders. The same God who had lived beside still waters, who had promised his presence, who had commanded the winds to be still, now bestowed his peace as a final gift before sleep. It was a peace that did not ignore the realities of life, but enveloped them in the certainty of his care. In the quiet, a final prayer rose, wordless, breathless, woven from the threads of trust accumulated through the watches of the dark. A prayer for the sleep that was to come, that it would be deep, restorative, unhurried by worry or interrupted by fear. A prayer that the soul would dream not of troubles, but of truths, of green pastures and quiet waters, of ladders to heaven and angels ascending, of a Savior who slept in storms and rose to calm them. A prayer that the body would be renewed, the mind refreshed, the spirit reconnected to the source of all life. And then, release. The blessing was spoken, the prayer was breathed, and all that remained was to receive. To close the eyes not in defiance of the dark, but in trust of the light that shone in it. To surrender not to exhaustion alone, but to the love that had ordained rest as a gift. The same voice that had said, "Let there be light," now said, "Let there be rest." And it was good. In the certainty of that goodness, the soul slipped into the deep, restful sleep of those who dwell in the presence of God, held, kept, and utterly at peace.